Yeah. Better.
Better?
Yeah.
Then they can see if someone.
It's okay. Here's Kathleen. Hi,
Hi, pretty lady. How are you?
I'm good, pretty lady.
Oh, if we had more time, I'd have you take the Zoom call down to show me your new bathroom.
Oh, yeah.
I'll just have to wait it out. How are you doing?
Yes, I'm doing well. I'm recording.
Yeah, me too. So we can have two. So
Okay, good. That's what I want, just to back up, just in case.
yeah, David gave it to me before he went and took Naya to her Girl Scout meeting for me. She's Girl Scouts on Thursdays.
Yeah, I didn't respond because I was driving, but I heard that and I just thank you, David. Thank you, David.
God bless him. It's really nice. It's nice for him to step up. That they have it. It's in a really nice school library, so he can sit in the back and just read and stuff. That's what I do when I take her. So,
But that's so sweet. Her grandfather taking her.
yep, I think
And
so.
she loves him so much, he said.
She certainly does. She certainly does. And he's quite tickled pink with her too. So yeah, it's very good. I really appreciated him doing that. Definitely.
Did you have a grandfather? I never had a grandfather.
I had no grandparents at all.
Oh.
So I'm just so thrilled that, my grandkids can have that. And yeah, I didn't have any, so I have no comparison. I said that one time in front of my mother and not realizing how much it hurt her. And she started to cry. And that's the only time I could ever physically see having made my mom cry, because her mom passed when I was only 6 years old. So she had been to visit us and things, but I didn't have, I had a recollection of a very nice, warm lady, that was very happy to be there. But 63 years old, she just died. That was just it. She was on their way back from California, that passed the Grand Canyon on their way back to Iowa. And she just dropped, and she had a brain aneurysm, and my mom didn't make it back before she passed, so it was really hard for my mom. Yeah, really hard. So, because she had wanted, anyway, so all four of us kind of grew up in this little nuclear isolated, family as far as relatives.
Yeah.
He had no relatives really come around. I remember when I was 10 and my cousins were coming, and I thought that I'd died and gone to heaven. It was like, wow, they're 18 years old. Wow.
Ooh, they're old.
Ooh, I know. It was very exciting, but that was about it, hon. So
well, my grandmother
was a rookie. I'm a rookie at all this, being a grandma, because I had no model.
Yeah.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Hi.
Oh, you look better, Chris. You look good.
Oh, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Yeah. So that energy that you get, it's not mine. It's not my spirit world. Somebody else's throwing in some light and positive energy.
Good.
To prepare for this Zoom, I decided that, because I did yard work yesterday, to go to the green waste, and then I came back and had a shower, and I had so many people in the invisible world complaining I wasn't clean.
Well, excuse me.
I said, I know that there's a thing that people who are spiritually open like to clean a lot. And I told the other spirit world, don't worry, I'm fine. But, if they really need to see me clean my fingernails this many times, I'll get out the fingernail brush again and again and again, and I'll keep cleaning.
Oh, my God.
I decided to clean the bathroom mirror with a towel, and they complained about that. And I said, well, look, I'm not going that far.
Yeah. We don't need all these complaining spirits anyway. We need to have somebody a bit less critical.
There you go. Yes.
Beautiful. I've just had a message on my phone. It could be Jeannie who just wrote to me. Let's see what it is. Hi, Barbara.
Hi, Barb.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Louise.
Hey, Louise.
Please.
Hey, Louise, how do you feel?
Not great.
I'm
Not
sorry.
great.
So put some ice on my jaw while we're talking. I have maybe a couple hours, but that's about all of energy in me.
Have a drink.
I'm way better than yesterday. I can say that much. Yeah.
I'm so glad that you're here, sweetie. Hi, Barb. How was your day?
Really long.
Really long.
Yeah, I may have to, we're supposed to have a thing with the contractors at 8, so I
Oh,
might have to get off if
Thank
that's
you.
necessary.
Oh,
Is that at where you are, or do you have to travel to the contractor?
No, it's a Zoom thing, but we're supposed to be letting him know what colors we want. And
oh, that's nice.
I mean, when I compare, you know, anyway, it's important, but I don't know what colors we want, so.
And there is a bit of an agenda today. There usually isn't a specific agenda given to me, but we have to hear from the 3 specific male angels. So you each have a sense of who's channeling through me, what kind of person or angel they are. And also, you have a responsibility. None of the ladies who attend are just listening. You're actually going to have to contribute to telling God what you think a suitable spouse for this angel would be. Not just in terms of internal characteristics like kind or thoughtful or multitasking, but again, most women can multitask. So you'd have to decide for yourself. I don't know how God will deal with your idea, whether it's a suggestion or if you're commanding God because you're now powerful, or how it works. I've never created angels before, so I don't have
well,
any idea
well,
how
we're
this
not real
works.
comfortable with commanding God either. So there you go.
In any case, at 11 minutes past the hour, so 19 minutes for this Zoom, God informed me that we actually might be positioned during the actual Zoom to create one or more of these angels. Because I thought we were just going to hear testimony, and I thought God was going to liaise with you as women to give information about angels, female and male. And I thought that God was going to then talk to you from the position of God co-creating with women or with women and men. I don't know, but anyway, as you're all women with women. And I thought that that would be what the discussion is, but then God added to it. Now, one of the reasons God has added to it is an email that Andrew has emailed to everybody today at my request. It's a Middle East, well, it's really about Jews. And
I had a chance to read it, Chris. I don't know if the other sisters did.
I did not.
Yeah.
I put in there that I read it, just for all of us in case nobody else got a chance to read it. How about you, Louise?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
I
Oh,
had
good.
some advantage of being apprised of the run up to it
Mhm.
from Glenn's emails.
Thanks for your
yeah.
article, Louise. I haven't had a chance to get through the whole thing yet.
Yeah, that was the
It-
project last week. and this too. Yeah.
so the thing is that there's an issue that Glenn and Andrew and whoever is liaising with them brought into the fore by talking about identity. And there's an element, of course, of angelic creation that speaks to entity and identity. So Heavenly Mother here. So let's have a talk, ladies. What's the difference between entity and identity? Let's just go around in a circle. Start with Kathleen. Just something very short. What's the difference between an entity and an identity?
Heavenly Mother, can I just ask Laura if she's turned on a recorder? Laura?
I believe when I first came on, it said recording in process.
Okay, great. Yes, I can see it up in the corner. Entity and identity. Entity is a much more general term. Identity for me is a very specific term. So I think specificity and generality are the 2 things that hit me first.
Okay. It's not just you sharing, but if you say something that stimulates me as creator, I'm going to respond. Although the identity is specific, Kathleen, what is its relationship with the owner of the identity?
It helps the person, the owner of the identity, to come to be in touch with their their individual truth body. That's what I would say. The uniqueness of who they are.
Okay. And Leslie, would I be correct to say that ultimately anybody who wants or possesses an identity would want to be assured that God as creator has fully endorsed their identity and completely thought about everything about it, and that God is, the buck stops with God, that ultimately God is the responsible party for their identity, ultimately?
Ultimately, I would say yes. I think that that's part of the, none of us chose where we were born, to whom we were born, how big of a family, what country, what language. So I think that that has a lot to do with the rapprochement with God. Absolutely.
Thank you. Next, sister or lady, what do you see as the difference between entity and identity?
Like Kathleen, I think that entity is general, but identity is much more personal. Identity is personal. And that, I think that's what the difference is. Identity is personal.
And again, if you say something that's stimulating as a mother God, I'll respond. So if it is personal, just a small related commentary question for messaging here to the cosmos. I'm sorry, I had it in Chris's brain and I've now pulled back because people are telling me as creator, you're losing me.
Oh,
Oh,
that's not
okay.
good for identity.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe that won't come out now because people want to stick with one topic before I diverge in other directions. Barbara or Louise, what would you like to say?
So I think, to me, identity is what is God in me. That is, my identity is not separate from God, whereas entity is something outside of that.
Okay, but you also are an entity, right?
Yes.
Okay, just a question, Barbara. Is God an entity?
God is an entity. Maybe I think of my identity is what is the same between me and God.
Okay, generally I tend to take the position of an entity when there isn't already a very established personal relationship with someone, and to approach that person and not speak about the long-standing relationship is offensive to them and offensive to me, and it's not true to our relationship. But sometimes and to approach as an entity, let's say I'm dealing with an atheist, it's actually more appropriate to come in as an entity than as an identity. I want to show you, that's the 9-stone ring from
Wow.
Oh, Antonia.
From Antonia?
so
Oh, wow.
for whatever reason, independent as the creation works, Jacinta found it and just put it on Chris's bookshelf. And both were shocked because all 9 stones are in there, because they both were under the impression that there were only 8 stones left. And there was one small bit of cloth caught on the stone. Now, I mention it because as I was talking to you, Barbara, Chris's hand went like this, because it was the men, because all of these stones are basically representing men or holy men, Confucius or Buddha or Jesus. But nevertheless, excuse me, I'm trying to speak here. Nevertheless is the word I was trying to get out. Nevertheless, they're men. Okay, so the reason I had interruption is because people wanted not to focus on whether it was a holy man or a holy woman. They wanted to pull me down a rabbit hole to look at what it is to be holy. Especially, they say, if I'm talking about entities, because entities are not necessarily female or male. But we are actually on this topic to talk about women and men, and whether that be women angels or men angels or human women or human men. So we're not going to be looking at amoeba and other entities and anything else that can be referred to as an entity. Do you have any follow-up, Barbara, or are you good?
I'm good.
Louise, do you feel capable with how you feel physically?
Just a very basic observation. Before you mentioned that this topic was not involved with those entities, I was thinking about entities like trees and objects and plants and so forth. And I just wanted to say that identity is a property. The conception of identity is a property of humans and of consciousness. So the line is somehow drawn. I draw a line between consciousness and non-consciousness, or sentience or non-sentience. Identity being part of the sentient aspect of humans.
Okay, we're going to talk about the mind here in a minute. Chris is not familiar enough with the word sentient. Could you give a brief definition?
Sentient is it's a category that would include humans and also chimpanzees, etc. The higher primates as being sensitive and able to communicate that sensitiveness to other
Thank you.
beings.
We're not going to be talking about animal identity today or entity, if such a thing exists, because animals just generally don't have the heart to receive God the way humans and angels do.
Yeah,
So
right.
that's one of the reasons we're not going to talk about it. But you talked about consciousness, and so what we want to do is point out to the other four women that for you, as a Delaware group woman, you don't want to only see these three archangels who are male happy in a marriage. You would be looking forward, as they would be, but in terms of whatever we're doing today, to make sure that post all this, since they are conscious, they'll be conscious women angels, that you have an opportunity to liaise with them, since you have a consciousness. And that you would also want to make sure that any other woman is positioned, or girl, or even man or boy, but human being or angel, whomever they are, or God, you'd want to make sure that those persons are individuals. Here we're using the word individual. They'd be able to dialogue and converse with these angels.
Yes.
Okay, now this is a very important point for the way the patriarch has developed, because the patriarchy is often about grabbing a woman, thrusting your penis in a woman. It's about taking the product of that relationship as your own, having the right to bless the offspring. It's negating the presence of God all over the place in all things feminine. So what we are looking for here is that if we are creating female angels, we're not wanting to set up those women angels to be deemed as anybody's property. Okay. Now, the problem is that in telling you what I want to tell you today, I, as the creator, constantly have to look at who is growing where in the creation regarding what I'm saying to you. And so whilst in my mind, I originally wanted to say something from the upper chest, artistic, and full of excitement and joy, and also very informative, these beings will always pull me down to their level, and I have to have empathy for them and support them to participate in some way, shape, or form, because otherwise they will quite rightly ask me in the future, well, God, when this discussion was happening on angels, we thought we were close, we were trying to dialogue with you, but you shut us down and you didn't allow us to speak. And that was not only mean and unkind, but you didn't even address the issue. So when you have mature individuals in the spirit world dialoguing with God, they invoke heart and relationship with God and say, well, I'm trying to share this, but maybe you've got something more, God, so I'll just hold off. They exercise emotional maturity, and therefore, we can work around whatever their objection or question is, because I can tag it for later and say, could you talk to me privately about that? Or maybe we can raise this at another time, or can you just let me go forward with what I want to say, because what I'm trying to say has a specific purpose, and stealing the time in that direction, it's really not, going to help everyone, although I grant it would probably help you a lot, and me, because I love you. So if you're helped, therefore it's helping me as Mother God, as creator. So we began this with many efforts from the invisible spirit world to sort of take me off track in my commentary here by talking about entity and identity. We've talked about consciousness and the fact that if Delaware group women are creating an angel, knowing that that angel, she should have consciousness and ability to relate to God, they're saying no to the patriarchy. They're not saying anything to the matriarchy. They're just saying, we're not talking about a male angel being created here. We're talking about a female angel being created here. And we're not going to let such a being be created in any sense of falseness. We're not going to let her come in just because of all of human history has suffered under the patriarchy, and therefore position her to be behind the 8 ball and not really able, to catch up if she doesn't want to, because we're not assuming that in creating a female angel, she would automatically want to unravel all the mysteries of history and all the sentiments and issues that happen. Again, the ring. Because these guys are going to struggle. What was their 40 days in the desert achieving? They will struggle. So you went out and fasted for 40 effing days. And why didn't you ask God many questions about women during your 40 days? Why was it all about Lucifer and you? Who else was on the planet besides men? Why can't you, give a morsel of bread, of spiritual bread, since you're not eating on your 40 days of fasting, towards the position of God and the feminine and the position of women? Do you see?
You're here.
When you hear that, and I bring this up, you'll hear one or two of the angels, I would hope, in their testimony talking about how they couldn't really support Jesus in the desert because he refused to address the issue of what God needed in the feminine, because he was stuck in a negative relationship with his mother, and he was stuck in a negative relationship with not being married to his sister, which is already odd, his half-sister.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's already the spirit world working with him and his family and his father, who fathers his sister and himself, and saying, well, there's a special lineage reality, otherwise you wouldn't exist. Therefore, God is working for this incredible lineage. Therefore, all of history, women and men alike, should surely produce an heir that can teach the world about God, especially celebrating the victory of men over the archangel. Okay, but that's so many assumptions. It starts with the word should, because why should they do that? That's not set in the original divine principle of creation. So therefore, if you look at the principle of creation and you imagine in your mind the 4-position foundation and the arrows which connect them, there are 12 arrows. That's saying 1 or 2 or 3 of these arrows, we'll focus on them, but we're going to forget about the other 9 arrows, and we're not going to attend to whatever God is trying to accomplish in the 4-position foundation, those arrows. I'm talking about the second blessing here. So consciousness is a really critical and important understanding for men, to recognize that human women have consciousness, and therefore that consciousness, which is connected to God, negates any sense that as a male or a man they have a right or an automatic right to be patriarchal and to dominate. It negates the male being put in an identity situation where someone molds his identity to advocate parenting and protectionism as a father, and say, because God gave me broader shoulders than a woman, I will protect and add all these other things that happen with this broader shoulders. I will tell God why God gave me broad shoulders, and I will inform God why I'm going to do what I'm going to do with these shoulders. And moreover, I might knock out an altar or two like Jacob. And after I do, I'll be tired and I'll wrestle an angel and I'll go F whoever I want to of my 4 wives, because I'll decide based on what my emotional state or my desire is, which woman I will choose to have sex with on that night or in that event. Well, that's simply not the principle. It's not representing the design of God in the female in the creation. And so we really don't want to bring in creating female angels any element of falseness or patriarchy. You know, true matriarchal and patriarchal reality are incredibly inclusive. They constantly work for the benefit of everyone. They are constantly checking themselves against a mirror for whether or not the patriarchal or the matriarchal being or person or woman or man is humble. So she or he is constantly asking herself, well, I know what I know up to now, but in the next breath, maybe I don't know. And so I have to be humble here that maybe God will show me something next. Maybe this is an opportunity for growth for me and my lineage and my people. And, you know, they also, if they have the heart of God, will be ever inclusive of God. And they'll be saying, well, as a matriarch or as a patriarch, this is what I want to say, God, because this is me. However, I acknowledge that words have power and meaning. Maybe if I use that word, somebody will take it the wrong way. Maybe if I offer this concept, when someone reads about it, they won't construe everything properly or correctly, and they will actually take what I'm trying to say on a tangent, or they will cherry pick from what I'm saying in order to produce a specific result without them checking with God or without them checking with people. Again, the ring. So every time Chris's hand grabs the ring, it's the males in the spirit world, the Buddhas and the Jesuses and the Hunjanams going crazy, chasing their tails, because they're going to be constantly feeling a sense of judgment in this meeting. Like, wait a minute, did I not check enough? You know, did I not know enough? Okay. Now,
They could check with their 4 wives too, right? It might have been a good thing to check with one of their 4 wives and find out what they thought.
Yes.
would have been a good thought
Just
thing
saying.
to sit down with all 4 women and say, I need to be wed to one woman. Is it
Yeah.
one of you, or is it somebody else?
You're here.
And until I know, unless God commands me, I'm not having sex with any of you, because I don't want any more babies and make the situation worse. And I want to figure it out. I thought it was this way. Now God is working in my life in a different way. No, you may not. King David asking to talk. No. If you don't accept the no, then you're going to have to sit in a corner. You're going to be prone to sit on, but you're not going to.
Tell him to talk to his wife.
He doesn't know who his wife is, even if he feels he's married to Bathsheba. Let's not go on a tangent, please. We're talking about angels.
Right.
Consciousness is a very important concept or idea or experience or thing to think about for a woman if she wants to remove elements of patriarchy in society. Any woman who exists can say to another man or another woman, anyway, I exist, I have a consciousness, I believe, what I experience is I believe God is in me and working in me. And I don't agree with what you're saying, and I don't support it for a number of reasons. I don't know if I have the skills for us to dialogue and actually come to a point where we see eye to eye or heart to heart, or whether we both inherit something which each of us believes and thinks is valuable from the other. However, one thing you can't do for me is remove my consciousness, and you have no justification to belittle my consciousness, and you have no reason, whether I make mistakes or whether in your mind I sin. There's no reason for you to inform God that you're going to bypass my consciousness and say that my consciousness is not worth considering in this issue. Because as soon as you bypass a woman's consciousness, you're preventing God from using her in the creation for others. You're letting me use her for God and for her, and maybe you'll let her be, quote, used to weep and cry at another time for being misunderstood, isolated, separated, dominated, raped, abused, challenged, raised up with lip service that she's a good woman, but not giving her a chance to add value because she actually has experiences with God. So if you bypass a woman's consciousness, you're not going to get the ideal. Let's have a chat.
Great.
Obviously, angels are these women angels are gonna need to be conscious. They're gonna have to have some sense of being, of self-being, and they're gonna have to have some sense of protection from somewhere, whether it's from their infant self, as in the sense not that they're created as infants, but as a new self, or from its protecting women on earth, or from God, or even from males or men. Ladies, what did you hear? I'm going to use the word and then I'll define what I mean by it. What did you hear in what was shared about consciousness by me, Mother God, that was provocative? And here's what I mean by provocative. It made you think about something. It made you consider something. It didn't provoke you to violence. It didn't provoke you to what's the word? Sedimentary? It's hard sometimes to get out for a
Sentimental.
person that doesn't use the word often. What is it?
Sentient. SENTIEIENT. Sentient, feeling, sensing.
So, it's not about what you were provoked to, or if you were provoked in heart. What was provocative in that it made you, gravitate towards an idea that there could be something in this, God hasn't lost me yet, or maybe this is something I might resonate with, or maybe this is something I want to dialogue with other ladies about. So I'm not going to try and define it too much. We don't need to control the situation. Just share from your heart. And if you want to take it on a different tangent, say that's not what I really want to talk at all. Take us for a swing to the left, to the right, if you want. Or if you want to stay on topic of what I'm raising anyway, as Mother God, tell me something about what you heard. All four of you, or one of you, or some of you.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Jimmy, I was so moved. My whole conscious being was so moved just recently when you were just said that the consciousness of these archangelic women, just as the consciousness of we as human women, cannot have the chance to add value. That was so important to me in my consciousness and my individual truth body, because the chance to add value, you can't subtract. You can never be the female essence of God, no matter what patriarch you are, no matter what man you are, no matter what male archangelic being you are. You will never express that essence of, or be able to add that value of my heavenly mother in the feminine. You cannot. And so that for me was really pivotal in the consciousness, is there's no chance to add value. because we are the only ones who can actually manifest.
Okay. And since you're talking about women, but also men, and you know what you might say to them if they did it, what did you understand about my use of the word bypass? That you can't bypass a woman's consciousness.
Me? You want me
Yeah.
to? I don't want to. My wonderful sisters here have other things to say. Bypass. It because bypassing something shows it's the same connotation of it has no value. Well, we're just going to move right over this, you know, just like a tank, and not even bother to look back to see if you run anybody over or not. You know, it's just we're just going to keep right on rolling along here, you know, and bypassing.
That's the more violent element where you're gung-ho and you get your bayonet out and you get your gas mask out and you charge into your trench and you say, I don't care what the women in my family say, I'm going to go defend my nation. That's bypassing the women in your family, because you always have to care about what the women in your family have to say, just like you always have to care about what the men have to say. You can't bypass the male consciousness. You can attempt to override it. You can attempt to veto it. But if you do, you have to tell your spouse, if you're the wife, I have God's permission to veto you. Or if you're the husband, I have God's permission to veto you. You're still not going to get a kiss, and they're not going to want to make love to you because they're not going to be happy that the spouse was vetoed. And they're going to like, I don't feel particularly happy to be with you right now. You know, you worked with God to veto me, and I don't have enough information, and you got something done, whatever it was, but God snuffed me out as wife or husband, and you know that doesn't look like a second blessing to me, and it feels very much like I want to go to my first blessing, lick my tail, and you know lick my wounds, and wait and see when I feel up to initiating a conversation with God about why God allowed that. Now, in the case, for example, of crucifixion of Jesus, shouldn't have happened. Okay, but that happened because women were bypassed.
Yeah.
Anymore.
You bypass a woman, you get a crucifixion.
Yep.
You include women, you include God working with women in their consciousness, you don't get a crucifixion. Okay, and the men are like, well, thank God we got a crucifixion in the spirit world because we needed that spiritual salvation. And that, okay, but the whole point of divine principle is you needed physical salvation as well. So where's that? You know, where's the physical salvation that you needed? You didn't get that. You only got the spiritual salvation. So bypassing women basically divorced humanity from their physicality, saying, well, who the heck cares what happens in the life of a human being on earth? It's all up in the air. It's all the roll of the dice, whatever the cards are dealt. You know, we can just wait till we tick off and register for heaven when we arrive in the spirit world and see if we're qualified. That happens all like that because of bypassing women. And of course, these angels, all three, were really staunch advocates for always including women in all things. All three of them fought the patriarchy tooth and nail. And they fought it and lost. And they lost to such degree that women don't even know that they've had male angels advocating for women to retain their rightful position. I mean, imagine that, being a human woman and having your own sense of being, your own sense of righteousness, your own sense of heart or love, your own sense of relationship with God and others, thinking that we need balance in this world, looking for allies, looking for support of female angels, and hopefully one male somewhere will get it. Imagine finding out that, you know, throughout history, there have been male angels advocating for you, but nobody bothered to tell you.
Yeah.
That's right.
No one told me.
No one told me.
No
Didn't get
woman
that
told
memo.
you, no
Didn't get
man
that
told you. Let's talk about, I'm sorry, was there any other women? Kathleen responded. Was there any other sister here or a woman, lady who would like to comment as well before I move on?
I want,
Sure.
okay,
Oh,
go ahead, Louise.
Just a short one that that I was very impressed that there's something so absolute about consciousness, and so therefore it doesn't depend on women bearing children or any of these other secondary characteristics that men have imputed on women. Women's importance is not from that, but from sheer basic beingness, their being alive. That's what impressed me.
And in your own life, you know, you would have been able earlier on your Unification Church life. I'm using the word tongue in cheek here, career, Unification career.
Yeah. Mhm.
You would have earlier in your career been able to put Salonen and Pfefferman in their place countless times.
Oh, I
Not
would
to
have loved.
mention Cooper Ryder.
Ah,
Well,
Because
yeah.
you would have felt, no, just when you
No.
finish slapping your lips at me, Neil, you know, when are you going to listen to what God is saying to you through me? And stop trying to raise my blood pressure because, by the way, you're not going to flap me because God is with me 100%. And I even have a couple of male angels here to back me up on my flanks if I need. So just effing around and,
Mhm.
you know, what I'm telling you to do because it's the will of God.
Yay.
Yeah,
You as a unification sister dare to tell me what the will of God is.
AKA
Would
the will of God.
ever learn it's only men who get to say what the will of God is. How dare you?
Oh,
Lord.
wow. Thank you.
The will of God is all based on credibility, honey. And if you ain't confident, even if it is the will of God, you'll never convince anybody. And, you know, if you are confident, even if you're selling pipe dreams and snake oil, they'll swallow it, you know, and they'll dance around the fire with the snake skin. So it's confidence is an incredible thing. We just want people who are confident, even if they're correct in boasting, to be able to tell people why they're saying what they're saying. I mean, this is one thing in this mediumship that I've tried to work with over and over again and say, well, it's not good enough just to give a message. If somebody has a question of the message, the medium needs as himself to be able to come back and say how it was that he got it, what his impression was, what he was doing. And if he can't testify, or she, if it was a female medium, that he's responsible or trying to be responsible, then that's a problem. I mean, look at, not all of you were here, but you know, the start of the message and where people were demanding that Chris clean his fingernails over and over today just to prepare for this message. I mean, providing the background is relevant for people. Sorry, I may have gone a little bit on a tangent here. Laura.
I'm kind of piggybacking on both of you, Kathleen and Louise. What I took away is no man can take away my consciousness, and that's what struck me when you said that. That's all I had to say. That was profound for me.
We should get t-shirts that say that.
I absolutely, yes.
Definitely.
You can, but you have to be prepared if you're wearing it to go to the 7-Eleven for some guy in a big truck with crowbar in the back, not to slash your tires because you dared to speak your mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, one of the whole things about male bravado is men in the physical world sizing up how well physically they can defend themselves against other people. So if they're smaller, they'll get a gun. If they are larger and they want to have more impact, they'll get a gun. If we're not talking about guns, if they're simply talking about using their frame and their physical self as a weapon, they will size up, well, how large physically are they to take somebody on, and how much pain can they endure, and each bravado, male or man, in touching the ring, will try to size up how much they can do. And the reason we're touching the ring when we're talking about holy men or so-called holy men is because there's bravado, there's ego in these guys.
Yeah.
Confucius has an ego, Jesus has an ego, Punjanim has an ego, okay? Mohammed as well. And so you don't get to participate in creating angels if you're bringing to the table your false ego. If your ego is wrapped up in the patriarchy, that's not a wanted contributing element to what we're trying to do in raising this issue. Okay, let's start the channeling, Jophiel. So look at your clocks, ladies. So if you want to go back, you know what time, the Jophiel stuff starts.
Good idea.
What was the incident that God raised about what we were doing? There was one historical incident. Do you remember? In this Zoom,
Oh, in this, it was something about the moon landing was mentioned in an earlier channeling. You're hanging on to.
Yes, it was. I'll see if it comes back to me, but God was
Yeah.
hoping that we might comment on one specific historical event.
Well, you were talking about how that we didn't realize that we had actually our archangelic male angels who wanted to be able to, and were giving their all, fighting tooth and nail against patriarchy, and that you were there for us, and that we didn't even know, we're completely ignorant that we had these three
And
extraordinary.
maybe I think it might be Zadkiel, somebody else that needs to speak on that if it comes up. Let me just, if you'll allow me, ladies. I need a tissue here. This body wants to have a nose drip. Let me please just open my heart and see about incidences. Let's talk about Jacqueline Bouvet Kennedy in Dallas, and her husband has slumped over her and he's just been shot.
Okay.
What was an angel doing then? What was I doing for her? Holding her, checking her blood pressure, demanding that certain spirit people not rush forward, because we have a husband who is very mortally wounded, who hasn't passed away yet. And we have other victims in the car, or another victim. We have a nation glued to a television set looking at this assassination attempt. We have some people rejoicing who see about it, other people's fretting. We have a Catholic Protestant divide because Mr. Kennedy was Catholic. We have women who had sex with Mr. Kennedy, feeling as a mistress upset. We had brothers and sisters, parents who were upset. We had children who needed to be protected, and lo and behold, we also had Mother God who needed to be protected. What were her interests? What were the interests of Mother and God on that day? These were the questions I was asking myself. The role doesn't change throughout history. God in the feminine has not been supported. God in the feminine is not represented. God is not sharing as much as she wants with women, because women have been educated in a patriarchal set of values and are not cognizant that their consciousness is of import to God, or struggling with second level questions about whether they are second class or not. What do I do as a male angel to defend womanhood here? Well, first of all, I said, I'm going to write about terror in my memoirs. And I wrote, this is an act of terror on a woman to take her husband from her like this. She didn't ask that the love of her life would be struck down. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't, crossing the road and getting run over, a bus hitting you. It wasn't negligence. There wasn't a faulty spark plug, which meant a car ran off a road or whatever. This is a deliberate act, and this is an act of terror on a woman's right to be fulfilled and to be part of something that she wants to be part of in the creation, specifically the second blessing. It's her choice whether she forgives her husband's infidelity or infidelities. It's her choice whether she brings that to God. It's her choice what she does in her life about what she believes, what she thinks, and what she experiences. But this JFK being struck down, this wasn't her choice. This was an act of terror on her right to fulfill the second blessing. Now, before we go on, I don't want to assume that all of you are comfortable with me as an angel rabbiting on about terror, because you might have thought, well, no, that's not where I would have begun at all. Let's just have a conversation as me being a male archangel and you being women. Am I making you uncomfortable in the first place? Because I would never want to do that.
I'm sorry. I'm just like so sad because all I can think of is a few minutes you talking about how if the feminine hadn't been bypassed, then Jesus wouldn't have to be crucified. And to me, it's the same thing all over again. And how do we stop that? It was the same thing with JFK. To me, it was the same kind of thing. I'm sorry, I'm just kind of like overwhelmed right now by that sorrow.
Okay, well, let's work with it. I mean, because not only do we not bypass women's consciousness, we don't bypass women's emotion either, Barbara. So I know that emotion hasn't been raised previously by God, but I'm not going to do it. I've worked with too many women in history to not value their emotion, their emotional experience, their emotional charged relationship with God, particularly Mother God. If that's what Mother God wants to bring out right now, it's the emotion, it's not me just recounting a story, then that's what we honor.
Jophiel, I really appreciate that, because my sister here, Barbara, she's so emotive, and here it's important that she does that because we have been persecuted throughout history, denigrated because of the fact that we have emotion. It says, oh, she's just being emotional, it must be her period. Oh, well, she's a woman, she's emotional. Total dismissal. It's an element of the dismissal of the femininity in history and the essence of our Heavenly Mother. So Barbara is in a unique position to be able to demonstrate that, and I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, but it's not just emotion, it's an intuitive.
Yes.
It's an intuitive strength.
Yes, absolutely.
It's not a weakness. It's
not at all. That's defined by men. It's a weakness.
Okay,
right?
I just wanted to clarify that
Yeah.
although it kind of makes me not able to function very well a lot of the time. I think it brings me to what's really truly happening.
I want to point out that in an ideal unquote, I don't have a better word at the moment than using unfallen, even though God is disavowing the experience of Lucifer, Eve, Adam as quote a fall. But post that sexual event, I don't have a way to, sorry, I'm being interrupted by the lower spirit world who just will not let me get away with bypassing the word fallen or unfallen. I'll try and approach it differently. The emotion is God working, and in an unfallen, if we can get past that word, society, all of the rest of the creation rallies around that woman. So she can't function because she is emotional. The rest of the creation functions with her or for her. They reach out to hold her hand, and if she rejects it, they don't hold her hand. They text her, and if she doesn't receive it, they note it. They blow her a kiss, and if she doesn't see it, they understand that maybe that's not what is called for. But the rest of the creation makes every effort to allow everything to function well, while God in the feminine is having an emotional moment. And when she finishes processing the emotions, whether it takes 3 minutes or 3 days or 3 years or 30 years, however long it takes, she comes back to the creation and says, this is what I learned, and this is only enforcing my experience with God, or this is only supporting me, or this has taught me something more about the intuition that God has given me. And this has made me approach life differently, because now when I talk to God confidently about my intuition, I know that that's from her or him, but anyway, from God. And because I know that, I speak much more confidently with God about how I use my intuition and how and when I divulge it or hold it to myself or look at it another day or come back on a rainy day when I haven't got much to do to think more or write my memoirs or whatever. So what it does is,
I'm sorry, I have a question. Are you tying then the concept of intuition to emotion? You're tying these two together.
I'm just tying together that the words are important. I'm not trying to define for women how intellect, emotion, and will and all these things work together in a woman. Remember, I'm a male angel. I'm not a woman.
Right.
I'm saying
talking about intuition.
Maybe when I'm married, I might have a wife who would respond to you on
that. Maybe you can count on that, my friend. You can count on that.
My point is the creation supports a woman who is emotional, and that's the ideal. Yes. That's what God designed for, that women get to have emotional moments, as many as they want, and God supports her. Yay. Okay. It doesn't mean that women get to use it as a tool to hurt. Like, well, if I sob an extra 20 minutes, I might get an extra milkshake. But you understand.
Yeah.
But that's
just like the Presbyterian male minister on the pulpit. Boom, boom, boom. If I go another 5 minutes, maybe they won't take my car park, or maybe I can get out early, or we'll miss traffic. You have to ask. You should tell people, look, I'm just rabbiting on because I want us all to miss rush hour traffic. I'm just trying to be entertaining here. Really, I finished my sermon 5 minutes ago, but
right. But I mean, historically, it has been the patriarchal view of men to use emotion to not only denigrate women, but do exactly what you just said, that women use their wiles, their emotional wiles, to be able to get and manipulate what they want.
Okay, but Kathleen, I'm going to just talk to you. I'm trying to share about what I've been doing to support women. What I think that is known by basically men and women all over the globe, that men know they're dominating women.
Right.
Okay. They know that, they want to order their cheese back and cheese, what is it called? Big Mac and fries earlier. So they're going to stand up tall and look over this shorter woman in front and say, I'm leaning into your space. Could you hurry up and get out of the way so I can get to the cashier first? Because, I want to be intimidating, because I want what I want and I don't care about you.
That's right.
The world knows that men use this, and it's the same thing. Women do it as well. Excuse me, like I'm a woman, I have rights, and I'm, but actually I'm just using my tone because I, as a woman, want to get what I want. This is all false behavior of a woman or a man. We all know what it is. We don't have to. I don't think we need to look at what is false behavior unless it's relevant to how it prevented God from achieving something. And what we're trying to talk about here is allowing God to achieve creation of my spouse.
Yes.
So, it's not enough that a woman who's trying to support me and God to give me a spouse is knowledgeable that her consciousness and her own thinking is incredibly important to herself, her community, and to God. We have to look at what is troubling. And so I can't bypass the fact that Jesus's crucifixion for Barbara is troubling, that, you know, because we women were bypassed, he was crucified. That's my brother, that's God's son. I have sons. You know, I can't think enough about what Mary went through, what Mother God went through. I can't just let it go. My spirit world, me, whatever it is, I'm not letting it go. Something in me as a woman, Mother God and me, is saying, no, I can't move on as much as I want to. I'm stuck on the fact that somebody name dropped that women were bypassed and therefore Jesus was crucified. And I need to respond to that emotionally. I'm not going to just stay in my mind, my intellect. And moreover, I need to intuit with God now, what's going on? Why is God raising this? This is not just a Zoom meeting to me. If God's going to raise this in my life, I need to intuit what it is. Now, have I misspoke, Barbara? Have I said anything which doesn't represent you?
No.
Okay, so let's take another issue. I mean, I could go on and on for hours about my reflections about Jacqueline and Tara.
Yeah.
Let's talk again about her son, his wife, and her daughter when they crash in the plane.
Sister.
Again, the same family is subject to suffering because he has two women and he's the pilot and he's bullheaded and he's gung-ho and he doesn't know how to fly into conditions.
Yeah.
And he's got to do what he always did in his life, just push through, because the whole world's against the family. The family suffered. Dad's been taken. Mom's in a situation. Love is hard to find and reconcile with. I have a woman who loves me. I have her sister. I will do what the men always do in my family. We just push through. Okay, he just pushed through, but unlike his father, who could swim in the ocean after his PT boat was sunk, you can't survive an airplane crash as well as a small boat sinking.
Yeah.
And so the determination of his father got him out of the PT boat to safety, right?
Right.
But the same determination of his son didn't allow him to stay in the physical world. But he had two women with him. And if he hadn't bypassed them, who asked him, are you confident you can do this? And they love him. Yeah, I'm fine. I got it. Well, he didn't have it. And, you know, you could go back to them and say, well, that's your fault because you should have interrogated him. But you don't do that. If it's a man, he walks into the kitchen and his wife is over the stove cooking the turkey dinner or looking at the oven. You got this, it's dinner got to be ready. Yeah, I got it. And then dinner is served 4 hours late because the turkey wouldn't cook. Well, she didn't have it, but she didn't want to be harassed by her husband either. But there's nothing life-threatening.
I have
Yes,
a question.
Laura.
My understanding of that incident is that JFK Jr.'s wife forced him to do it. People around, he wasn't confident, and she said, we're doing it. And he did it to please her. That's my understanding of how it happened.
That may be true. I'm not always saying that I have all the details correct, lady. What I'm saying is that when we overall look at situations, we have to look at socially what are contributing as factors to the demise of women, okay? And if she just pushed her husband and he acquiesced, yes, that's unfortunate, but that's not contributing to the demise of women. It's contributing to the death of herself and her sister and their hope for a family and the suffering of the parents of those women. But what we're trying to talk to here today is what the failure of men to accept the validity of a woman's conscience has contributed to society. And when you, as a woman who does have a conscience, Laura, say, but wait a minute, there's a different story, it changes the issue and it says, well, okay, well, I had it wrong. But that's the whole point of what a true society is. Women and men get to contribute it. And if there is an error, they contribute. And if you've been pointed out as wrong, you accept it, if you can. My point in history is that I over and over and over saw women rejected for what they said. If we take Bathsheba, for example, she's about to have sex with David for the first time, and she's saying, but I don't want to. She's out flat out telling him, I do not want to have sex with you. And he tries, but you're beautiful, but I'm your king, and you should, and, because he doesn't want to feel like he's raping her. So he has to justify that. He has every, quote, right under the sun and in front of God and as God's child to make love to her. But she's saying, I don't want to. Why wouldn't she want to? Because she's already got a husband who she loves. So she's just not really feeling like she needs to make love to somebody else. I mean, in your case, Kathleen, David's quite fine. That's enough to manage. Don't need to manage you too, you lecherous kingship being. I don't want to manage you as well. No, I don't need to justify myself. I'm Bathsheba. I don't have to tell you why I don't want to. I have a choice and I don't want to. I'm not saying no to you because I don't even feel I have to say no or yes to you, because if I tell you I don't want to, my expectation for you as a human being and as my brother is that you would respect that I don't want to have sex with you. Don't ask me to explain whether I'm saying yes or no. This is not about consent in the sense of using the word yes or no. This is about intent. My intent is that I want it to be known of clear reality that I do not want to have sex with you. To this very day, the men in the spirit world are trying to justify, because out of Bathsheba and David, Jesus is born. Therefore, we have to justify the antecedents, the ancestors, and find a way to clarify that Bathsheba should be actually the wife of David rather than Uriah. That actually, that's how it should work. It's not going to play out until each one of them clearly has enough information, meaning Uriah, David, and Bathsheba, that they can tell the entire cosmic community, we've sorted it out, and this is what we want.
Yeah. Hashtag Me Too Old Testament. Yeah.
This is what we
There you
want.
go.
Okay? Not that God works with some drifting breeze of the Judeo-Christian spirit world that comes down to earth and picks up on a wavelength of the beauty of the harp playing David, and to say, because you're so happy and your beautiful masculine nature, to play your harp with your loincloth, and you look so astonishingly handsome. I can see that bulge in your loincloth. You are the man. You got the goods. You are beautiful in front of God. Certainly no one would want to reject you. Wait a minute. Certainly. Excuse me? You check that word certainly with God out? You got that from God? God is the one who made you certain? You would, if it was certain, you probably wouldn't have needed to use the word certainly. You're just justifying that you want it to be like that by introducing the transitory phrase certainly. There's no certainty in Jophiel's mind that this is what should happen. Okay, I don't accept all these. This person who was born 2,000 years ago and this woman who's born in the 50s, 60s, or 70s should be wed. Let's match this one and let's match that one because certainly they should be matched or something good will come of it. Hey, any two people who love God, if they marry, they can eventually work it out. This doesn't mean that's what they want, and it doesn't mean that's what God wants. That just means that's what occurred. So I think I'm not giving you enough of who I am. I'm talking too much about things and events, and I'm not telling you enough about me. So I'm going to try to go back to the brief I was given. God has said recently in one of the channelings that God was prepared to wed me as soon as Eve had a granddaughter.
Yes.
That's because when Eve became a grandmother, she's experienced loving a child as well as a grandchild, but in this case, same gendered grandchild. That would allow God then to go to Eve and discuss, well, we're going to have to co-create a wife for him, for me, Jophiel. And then God has said that this didn't happen because I should speak about myself, was proclaiming all over heaven or the spirit world that I didn't want to be blessed unless all my colleague angels could come and celebrate with me, that I didn't want to just be isolated over here with a wife, doing our thing of fighting for gender balance while they play around with the beauty of the human erection. I thought, I know what the erection is. I'm a male angel. You don't have to convince me that there's value there. Okay, but I did not want to celebrate with my brother angels that until they knew what I knew about the value of their masculine angelic erection, that it belonged to God and that it was not something to be used to preface anything male as being better than anything female. So I didn't want to it's not that I just had to have my buddies there until they saw the light. No, my idea is if Lucifer, Michael, and Gabriel actually get it and they know the value of all things in balance, then they're going to be dialoguing with God about all things in balance. And then if they're having their own conscious experience of God about all things in balance, they're going to be able to what, Kathleen? Add value. Did you get me, Kathleen? Or did I lose you?
No, I just had another thought.
So if they can add value, what are
Yes.
they going to add value to on my wedding day? They're going to add value that whatever they congratulate me about at my wedding, I know it's coming from God because they're in balance. They're talking to God about balance. Their conscious male being is relating to God. They've got a wife as now. I wasn't sure, when Eve had a grandchild, none of them had wives, but now they have wives. Now they can get the input of their wife. They also have children who also have consciousness. Maybe they'll get something of value from their child or children. So we don't get to this point in history of understanding the value of a woman's consciousness until evidently all these other things that happened got knocked up and as one of God's 95 plus theses to all humanity in the creation. And while we're on a roll, let's talk about this. I sometimes think of God as, oh, and wait, but there's more. This new improved gadget, there's more. It not only polishes your Mustang, Laura, it drives it for you too. And you're like, wait, I don't want that. We want to no. I don't want any entity or identity other than me and Rob, and maybe the kids sometimes driving the Stang.
There's me,
No,
Rob, and Mookie.
I have a question.
Yes.
So I'm just, so you didn't feel that confident enough that God could have in the feminine without having yet created your spouse, but that God in the feminine might have had the concept of your particular couple, since you had an appreciation for the feminine, that you could have been a harbinger or an example or the first archangelic couple to be able to present that value of the feminine in your couple. You didn't feel confident enough for that? Could that
I did feel confident, but there are two issues in the scenario you're painting. One is that if my wife and I, were contributing in history, what were the other angels doing? And who was attending to the need of Eve to process her human depression as a result of one of her sons being murdered? Who was dealing with the family issues in Eve and Adam's families? And as I and my wife, Angel, were trying to open us up towards what the principle of creation is and what we have to give, we would have to say, but anyway, I'm just one male angel and my wife is just one female angel. And my personality is what it is and her personality what it is. But my personality, Jophiel's personality, hey, it's not everybody's personality. And my wife's personality, her personality, it's not everybody's. So we can't tell all of the creation, that we are, the go-to angelic couple for understanding balance. We can just say in some situations, we can support understandings of balance and support God. The design of creation is that no, God created a whole range of angels, and so each one of those angels should be contributing. Okay, and so we see as we move on in the Delaware group, Althea and other angels, Farah, well, we get a sense of them and what they might be contributing or not. So I didn't want to go down a messianic idea for angels. In other words, wait a minute, I'm a male angel. I understand balance. I can get a true wife and everybody can follow us because we're the go-to couple on all things female and male angelic and God's ideal, including intuition, emotion, and whatever we're bringing. No, I had a sense of community. God said to me, hey, the reason you're not married, the reason you don't see a wife is because I want to make sure I get it right with Eve and Adam first. I want to make sure that there's a heartfelt relationship of true love between you. And it isn't that one angel is male and one is female and one is created and one is yet to be created. This is about the fact that human beings are born, they're created in that way, certainly after Eve and Adam. Whereas most of you angels are created. You have a sense of eternity. You're in the invisible spirit world. You understand how to wait. You don't have to work things through in the same way as a human woman or a man and get certain things done in your lifetime while you're on the earth. So you don't have to clock out with whether you're the lucky male angel like Methuselah who gets to live the longest and get something done in your very, very lengthy life. No, you can wait. And I would say to God, I want to wait. I'm created to celebrate my existence with my entire human, angelic, and cosmic community. And I don't see a problem waiting. Everybody can be married and wed when they feel they're ready. And although I feel ready in one way, I don't feel my community is ready. And for me, that's something that I know will happen because the ideal is real. And I see a God who will never stop until the ideal is fulfilled. So I'm going to trust that God. And one day we will have the ideal. Women will say the ideal is here. Men will say the ideal is here. Both genders will say it. And when I start seeing a day like that, that is the day when I feel comfortable to celebrate with women and men. I don't only want to celebrate with men. I don't only want to celebrate with women. I want to celebrate with God, however she or he presents. So now I did not support the concept in the spirit world that human salvation should come by introducing a concept called a messiah, expecting something, developing messianic expectation, and selling that bill of goods to everybody who came through the door looking for God. I said, why are you taking a 3-year-old kid and introducing religious philosophy which makes them believe they have to have salvation and Messiah? You don't know that. You don't know what God is going to say to that 3-year child. Why are you scraping the foreskin off of a child in his infancy. Why are you doing that? There's just no validity. It's not in the principle of creation. Well, we have to dominate Satan. No. Did you ever think about dominating Lucifer by simply listening and opening your heart and being empathetic and finding out who he is and asking him questions like, what's your relationship like with God today? Everybody's making you out to be this monster. We are accountable to relate to Archangel Lucifer. Kathleen, in your life, Michael, what was to stop him from going and sitting with Lucifer? He was hurt. He was hurt because he also has a penis. He also wanted to use it. He also wanted sex. He also wanted children. Now he has a child.
Yay.
Yay.
Welcome,
But
Isaac.
he was seen as the protector of God. Which God? Father God? All right, great, well done. Mother God? I don't think so. I don't think Archangel Michael was the protector of Mother God. I don't think so. Where is the historical reference? He might have protected you, his daughter, God's daughter, or her daughter, but Mother God, I don't really think he protected her. I mean, he was dumbstruck that Eve would even accept the flirtations of Lucifer. So I wasn't. I'm like, are you kidding me? Do you know what sex is? A flirtation is a flirtation. If somebody falls for it, they fall for it. Why are you dumbstruck? I mean, do you not see how the creation works? Did you not talk to God about femininity and masculinity? Do you not know how laws of attraction are placed into the creation by Almighty God? I mean, why are you dumbstruck? Because I trust it. Well, that just means you relied more on Lucifer before he, quote, fell than on yourself. If you had relied on your own relationship with God, Archangel Michael, you wouldn't be dumbstruck. You would be a better force to represent God and come to God in Lucifer, quote, fallen as he was, to minister to his needs and support him and say, look, everybody knows that your erection and your penis was attractive to Eve. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that Eve compared your erection to Adam's. You can ask ladies, well, they weren't married, so how did she know what? Well, they were naked. What happens to a man when he's asleep? Penis moves. She wasn't, blind. Eve was not blind. She knew what was or wasn't happening in Adam's genital area, even if she hadn't had sex with him. She could compare the genital goods of Lucifer and Adam, and she thought that Lucifer's was more attractive, bigger, throbbed better, whatever. You can ask her one day, what was the big attraction? Why was his penis more appealing? Again, I have to stop myself because appealing is the word that people will reject. So let me rephrase it. Why was something of interest there which brought her into that area? So sex appeal, is not an excuse to create a need for a male messiah. I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. I mean, so I want to say one or two more things because time will come and go and we'll lose opportunity. But throughout history, I have looked at events before, during, and after and had long conversations about them. When Gandhi was kicked off the train in South Africa, I have hundreds of thousands of people who worked for reconciliation in South Africa who want an answer to that. What would have happened if he hadn't been kicked off? Would he still have had the desire in his life to promote equity among races? And in his post-life, some of the messages he provided in India, what would have happened if he had accepted that every step of the way he should have a suitable contingent of human women advising him? Do you think, ladies, with what you know of Gandhi's life, from the time he returned to India until his later life, let's say post 50s, 60s. I don't know. Chris doesn't know what time he died, so I'll just leave it there. But his later life, do you think that he was adequately, quote, stocked with enough women or sisters to give him valuable input in his decision making? Gandhi.
No,
Okay, well, he did great things, which was promote peace and nonviolence, and perhaps because of that, inspired people to contribute towards articles for the UN or whatever. But they want to know what would have happened if he hadn't been evicted from the train. Well, come on. A week later, what would have happened? Some kid would have run out crying because he was refused the opportunity to enter a shop to buy a lolly because of his race. A sense of injustice is a sense of injustice, whether it's being evicted from a train or not. If you got an idea that there's injustice in the world and you can sense it, you get it. The real question is what triggers people to do something. You're walking in the street and you see a father slapping a 4-year-old so bad that his cheek is red and the finger scratches on it. Why does one person call child welfare and the other doesn't? And why does one person not stop and help a victim of a road accident and the other doesn't? You can go on about every human decision and analyze it. The point is less to me about whether he would or wouldn't have done it, but the point is when that trigger occurred in his life, what did he do with it? How did the spirit world relate to him? And did we, as an invisible spiritual force, support him adequately? And I will tell you, I do not believe we did. I can't come to a human woman on earth and saying, by the way, when Gandhi decided to fight for his virtues and goals in life, we were successful in making sure that women were included every step of the way, or at least many steps of the way, or at least once or twice along the way, or something that a human woman would hear and say, well, anyway, thank you. That there be some sense of gratitude from the woman that you made something, some effort. So I have to leave because other people need audience.
I have an important question for you, Jophiel, then before you leave. It's on this question of going back just before you got into Gandhi and talking about circumcision and the beginnings of that, and Abraham circumcising himself, and you're telling me you didn't have to do that. And this is really, really, at least, for us, it's very big, because ever since, for the 10 years, Heavenly Mother's pain about her circumcision has been brought to the forefront for us in the Delaware group. And so for me, hearing you speak about that, it was very, not more than intriguing, because where is the origin point of circumcision? Did Heavenly Parent ask Abraham to circumcise himself in order to be the mark of the chosen people in the covenant beginning?
No, stop. You're getting way ahead.
That's my question, is about circumcision.
Yeah, so I went there and he'd already done the act, okay? And I said, and he's like, all the other angels tell me that you're obstinate. All the other angels tell me that you don't sing from the party song sheet. Everybody tells me that you're not working with God, you're working for God. And I'm like, And you believe what Pharaoh said when you're in Pharaoh's place? You mean, who are you believing at, Abraham? Let's just stop about whether they're right or wrong and who you believe in. What do you believe? You believe what you did was right? It certainly was not right. I am indignant. You will prescribe a formula that will destroy the masculinity of God and the experience of women for generations. You will annihilate God's hope in the creation to experience true love in so many occurrences. Don't you dare tell me it is right. There is nothing right here. But I'm getting Lucifer off my back. So then tell people you're circumcising to get Lucifer on your back, not because you're establishing a covenant with God. Only covenant you set up with God is that you would attempt to work for God. And that's all over the globe of people attempting to work for God. And you want to tag on that you're special and going to create a lineage that is multiple as the stars because God tells you. That's just because God loves you. Learn the difference between God telling a person that God loves them and whether God agrees with what they're doing. It is not the same thing.
So Abraham circumcised himself in order that he saw that as his way of doing that, of
He
affirming that.
saw that as a way to get Lucifer off his back. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
So he's circumcised to placate Lucifer, not to placate God. It's a big difference.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you raised it. I need to allow for women. Ladies, what did you think about what was said? And if you don't want to comment on that, tell your sisters, what are you learning about me? If you had to describe me, how would you describe my personality? So let's start with you, Laura, if you will. Tell Louise what my personality is from everything you've heard to be introduced. Tell her whether you like or don't like me. Comment on what Kathleen has brought up about the dialogue. And, there's so much more for me to say about that. Abraham circumcising. I have not just lip service, but incredible amounts of information. So I could go on at length on so many topics. And that's not the purpose of this Zoom, is for me to introduce incredible moments of history all over the place. Would you please, if you're happy to, talk to Louise?
Hi, Louise.
Hi. Oops.
Oh,
Mhm.
I like Jophiel. And the thing that I like about him is he doesn't mince words. What he said is he sees something, he says, this is what it is. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. This is what it is. And that's a big deal for me. Do you like him, Louise?
Oh yes, I would call him spellbinding in the very good sense of the word. I found his spirit fully enveloping me and nurturing me and comforting me. I'm surprising myself as I even say that, but yes, like would be almost a too mild term to use.
Yes, he's forthright, but he's kind.
Yes.
A very unusual, very unusual to have those two things together.
Indeed. Yes, he's someone I would really like to spend a lot of time with.
Me too.
You, the ladies, how do you want to proceed, Barbara and Kathleen?
Proceed. I am just delighted. I think Jophiel is just delightful. I'm like just like overwhelmed with really, I just feel really happy to have you be here with them. It's like everything you share is so genuine. And
Jophiel speaking, when Lucifer, Eve, you decide who you want to put first. Anyway, they had sex. And not long after that, Adam and Eve had sex. And I found God weeping, and Mother God. I said, what's wrong? And she said, who's going to take care of me now? Who's going to take care of me? I created so that love could really be real, and I could also experience being cared for. Women love to experience true love and to be cared for. They like it. I mean, I better stop because there are men listening to this tape in the future. Is that right, women? Have we overstated things?
Mm.
No,
So I took it upon myself as an angel, said, nobody else will. I will take care of you, Mother God.
Mm.
That meant that she whispered things to me. She told me things. She would say this, but don't tell anybody. Now, I actually have surveyed, I've sent out, because I'm a bit pedantic, surveys to angels in the spirit world, and answer my questionnaire. Did God ever, tell you secrets? No. Maybe Jesus and Mohammed and a few of the guy people have had certain secrets from God. Maybe a few sainted women, but I'm not really finding that many angels who will confess that, no, in their life, God told them secrets as well. There's the ring again, but this time it's up in front and it's not. See the ring? It's not being touched by the other hand. That is an indication that it's true that some of the human men represented in here, they did get secrets from God. But so what? It's time for women to get secrets from God. Let's hear what women hear from God that nobody else knows. That's the whole point of consciousness. It is allowing women to be forthright. I mean, if God is declaring that women are powerful, men are powerful, so much goes with that. Barbara, have you finished or did I interrupt
Yes.
you?
No.
Kathleen?
Oh, Jophiel.
Did I offend you when I,
No,
I knocked in the door on my brother Angel Michael?
no, you didn't. And I love you, my brother. I really do. I mean, I have to say this, there's a part of me that laments the what could have been had you not had the sense of community, and maybe your couple would have been able to help him to be able to understand more the heart of Heavenly Mother, because I know he feels things very deeply, especially self-accusation and what I should have done, what I could have done. And I
can
just
answer your lament easily. So what's your current age? You don't have to give the actual age. You can give an approximation.
I'm 66 years old.
Okay. And what were you doing 44 years ago? You're 22.
Oh dear.
Just where were you?
I was already
Where
a
were
mom.
you?
I was already a mom by then, married to an Arab, going to save the world and bring together all the religions of the world. And
Which continent or continents were you on?
at 22, I was in France.
So Europe.
There. Yes, I think I was
Were
still
you
there.
in Asia or the Middle East at all? Or Africa?
I was married in Africa, and I was married on the African continent for my Islamic marriage.
Okay. So listen. Could 22, look at the camera because I'm looking at you leaning in. Could 22-year-old Kathleen have managed what 66-year-old Kathleen is managing in her life now?
No.
So maybe along the way, during those 44 years, there's been some growing, maturing, developing, building of trust, building of joy and living life. A bit of sorrow along the way, a bit of tragedy, maybe tragedy, maybe let's be very kind. A few hiccups in the road.
yes.
Yes, I'll say that.
So look at me. Was I the same being when Eve had granddaughters, or was maybe I less mature?
No, of course not. So you can be best buds with Michael now?
We are. We play billiards together, but
Very nice. Great. That makes me really happy.
The point here is that although they are right, that I could have been more accommodating to be more of the overall community and maybe open hearts so they would listen to some of the things I said. I expected that they would be genuine, that they would truly engage about the need for balance, not give it lip service. Okay. if they just wanted it because they wanted me in the photo album of angels, I wasn't going to hang out with them because there was too much happening in God's life.
No,
She would say, she
I
would
understand.
say,
I'm saying, I'm just wanted, I think you're delightful, but you know, what I'm trying to say is it's not about you so much. We would have had a feminine angel. We would have had an active feminine angel created at that time. And that's part of my lament, you know, of what could have been. And it's not on you, my friend, you know, it's not on you, my brother, as much as,
let's look at it as me being an immature male. So I make these decisions, whether they're right or wrong, because I'm trying to love Mother God.
absolutely.
I have to ask myself the question, can I be a groom and love a wife or hear what God has to say through her if I'm not satisfied that God is taken care of? Think of Father, in his relationship with God saying, I'll do it. Okay, God, 16, no, but Jesus's mission, this has to continue. This is what you want. I'm going to do whatever you're asking me to do, and my moment is not equivalent, but there's something akin, at least in some way, where God is saying, who's going to take care of me?
Mhm.
And I make a commitment because I love God, feminine and masculine, to take care of her. Maybe if somebody were my friends, maybe if Michael was growing and asking different questions of God, maybe if Uriel was more active, maybe if Raphael was working on healing Mother God as well, maybe my colleague angels could have said, can you just chill, Jophiel, and just let us all work on it together and all take care of Mother God. No, not let it rest on one person's shoulder or one identity. Then I could have said, I'll be delighted to be married, and I need to have intimate conversations with God. Are you asking me to prepare for a wife who is also going to carry this burden of your being rejected as Mother God? Because I just want to point out that in all this channeling, it's not really common for God to channel about herself that she was rejected. Okay, because people don't generally, if they're trying to love others, want to talk and tell people I was rejected or I felt rejected. But I'm going to tell you my perception as a male angel is that Mother God was clearly and systematically rejected. Am I wrong to use that word with everything you know about God for me to go out on a limb or say boldly, Mother God was rejected?
No, that's true.
No, not a bit wrong.
Do any of you ladies find offense with what I'm saying?
No,
No, I
What
agree
I
totally.
don't know is the intimate rejection because I'm a guy. Okay, a woman will much more know the intimate rejection of Mother God because many
Right.
times she's experienced it, and being in her gender, God will share with her, woman to woman. And so she will know it in a deeper, more profound way than I myself know it. But I didn't have a wife at that time. And I couldn't go to my wife and say, could you please go take care of Mom? Because she didn't exist and still doesn't exist, to my knowledge, unless she's been created somewhere and, God's keeping her away from me. And I don't think that's happened. So you've talked about things. Do you like my personality, Kathleen? What do
Yes,
you
I
like
like
about
your
it?
personality very much. Yes, absolutely.
What do you
I like
like about it?
I like a straight shooter. I like someone but someone who's mature enough to take into consideration their own emotions, the emotions of the other person, the environment, the maturity, as we were talking about emotional maturity. And I admire that in you.
Okay, look at your clock so you can find it on the tape later. But here's the question. Kathleen, the question is to you to start.
Yes.
What attributes, characteristics, or personality do you think a woman angel should have or would be good to possess in order to complement me eternally, or for me to complement her. In other words, I'm asking you to think about what kind of woman would be good for me, or conversely, what kind of woman might appreciate being married to me.
Patient. A good sense of
Okay.
humor. A good sense of humor.
Okay.
Intel-
I would love to have a woman who has a sense of humor, and I would love to have a woman who is patient. Because if I lose it with the children, I'm going to need to really work on my maturity levels really quick. Thank you. Barbara,
Yes.
same question. And you can't use patience and humor, although you can say I agree, but sorry, Kathleen got it first.
Well, no, I didn't think of either of those. I immediately thought very feminine. Feminine and, intuitive in being able to know what you need and want to be that for you.
And God is telling me as you speak, delicate, that God wants to give me a woman who can be delicate.
That's what I mean.
I would love to have a woman who's delicate. I'm a man and I'm going towards sexual thinking and happiness. We are talking about a wife for me, so I don't necessarily want to go at length into what aspects of delicate I mean, but I know that God knows. Who should come next, Laura or Louise? Which one of you L ladies? Okay, Laura.
LA as opposed to LO, medical order.
Okay, go ahead.
Understanding, empathetic, and intelligent.
Okay, and God is telling me that of all the female angels, your wife will be the most empathetic.
Wow.
And
Excellent.
God is telling me that because of my holding God's hand and going through so much, I certainly need a wife who would be empathetic. So what so far of the three ladies who have shared, what two qualities has God agreed to or said yes to? Empathy and what else?
Delicate.
Delicate.
Delicate. Louise?
I was going to say intelligent, and I said it out loud before I knew before it was my turn. So, and then that was the last of Laura's. So I'm not sure what to say now since
I'm sorry, you said it first. You can have it.
Okay. Intelligent. Yes, because you are highly intelligent and you need somebody who gets that about you and can keep up with you and maybe even surpass you. Who's
From my
intelligent.
perspective, if I have a woman who's intelligent, it'll be exciting because I will have to work to keep up with her.
Well, that's great. Yes. I like that.
And I think that would be fun and
Yes.
always joyful. Again, the ring.
And someone who is intelligent will respect you because they'll see that quality in you. And yeah, that's what I want.
On that point, I am sure, I'm completely confident that this creation process, God will create a woman angel who respects me and I will respect her. If we don't have respect, then I don't want to be wed to that person. She can get created, but I'm not marrying her.
Okay.
Can have her. What's that?
You can create her for me, but if we're not respectful of each other, no. I mean, we saw what happened in your life, right, Barbara?
Yeah.
Without respect,
Yes.
it's not very pleasant, is it?
No.
And bite your tongue as you do about giving your children and that, but nonetheless, if we are talking about conscious decisions, female and male, man and angel and woman angel, we had best be in a relationship with God, that respect is part of everything. I mean, if you don't respect everything, if you don't have a sense of, how can you get balance in this creation? You know? No, she better have her Aretha moment singing R-E-S-P-E-C-T, because
I was just thinking, that was just what I was thinking. Yeah,
and God
Yeah.
has said to me in that, would you like your wife to be named Aretha? Because if you want her to be named Aretha, she can. And I said yes.
Oh,
wow.
So I now have my wife's name, even though she doesn't exist.
Wow.
Who would have thought?
Archangel Aretha.
That's beautiful.
Yay!
Very pretty.
And powerful. Aretha
Yes.
Franklin was a powerful singer.
Yes,
Yeah.
she was. Yes, she was.
I have another attribute, friendly. Because she's going to be meeting a lot of people, a lot of her fellow archangelic women. I think that she's going to be
Friendly diplomacy, friendly tact, or friendly, congenial, friendly, able to have a pin drop when she enters the room because everyone's so comfortable and everyone brings their cocktails, stand next to her and
friendly,
have a chat.
congenial. Friendly, congenial, because I think that's part of the feminine nature. But I'm sure that the archangelic women are going to want to be able to embrace her. I know we will, the Delaware group women. And
Okay.
yeah.
So one of the main complaints of heaven about me is that I'm not tactful. So do we need to address this in my marriage, or can I still be bullshy and opinionated? And bullshy might be a Kiwi word, you know, strong and stroppy. But, you know, don't hold fire. Be powerful women. If I need tact in my life, I'll take it. But if you don't tell me, I'm not necessarily going to go to God and say, by the way, can one of us be tactful in the marriage?
I'm pretty sure that each one of us has said in some way that that's what we like about you.
I know
Yeah.
you did, but I that doesn't mean the others who hear this tape will like, oh, I wish they would have asked him to get a bit more tact. Especially if they have strong Judeo-Christian elements in their spirit world. So we're not going into tact. Good.
That's right.
Well,
Yeah.
it seems like you're pretty aware of it yourself. So what do you need to have Aretha telling you about it for? She can bring it up again, but it doesn't have to be. You seem to be on top of that right there.
The
so.
reason I am smiling is because God just showed me what she would look like and told me how she would nibble on my ear.
Wow.
Oh,
So
nice.
we have, look, ladies, God said elements of creation can happen this Zoom. We got a name, and I now know what she looks like.
Wow. Well, lucky you.
Wow.
You're going to tell us?
What
And
did
I
she
have
look
a
like?
sense of her personality.
She's a
Beautiful
nibbler.
brown hair. I thought she might be African because God was giving her an Aretha, but no, more Caucasian. Sorry, brown hair. I can't quite get the color of her eyes. I might have to wait for that. Her shoulders are lovely. I can see how I would hold her and how I would be very comfortable holding a woman of that size or stature or frame. Her hips,
short.
her hips are not as wide as you might think. I'm like, oh, how are we going to have babies? But you know, it always seems to work. Her feet, very cute. You know,
Aw.
I'm so used to clumping around heaven, getting what I want, saying no. I'm so used to saying no to people. I'm thinking she's not going to be able to clump.
It sounds like she's delicate, right? Delicate
Delicate,
feet.
right?
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
In terms of going in a dress shop and buying clothes, not petite, not small, maybe approaching medium, but not quite medium. Certainly not a, quote, large woman or a, what do you call it in politically correct women language, plus size?
Yeah.
Yeah. Buxom?
I don't know. I actually don't think plus size is politically correct, but whatever. You can talk to the people who make fashion there. So,
Mhm.
Healthy.
there are people in the spiritual world who are upset. Like, we're from India. Why isn't she Hindi? You know, I'm like, I didn't make my wife, okay? You can ask God why she's not Hindi.
That's right.
I do not know, you know. So, Heavenly Parent,
How did we do?
you did great because while I paused there, I just said to him, "This is your wife," and they've kissed. Now they're not wed, they're not married, but she's created. I mean, I think that's pretty good.
Whoa!
Oh, congratulations.
Mazel tov.
No, actually, that was the right moment to take him as he came down, and there was joy to bring him to her and her to him. You now need to set up a wedding day for them. It's not going to be today. She needs at least 21 days to figure out what existence is. Give her some sometime. Let's not create and then the same day say, otherwise she'll complain, I never had time to be me. You know, I never fulfilled my first blessing.
Should it be in the
So,
new year or before the end
How-
of 20?
How about New Year's Eve?
Wow, that'd be cool.
before we get into the date, whatever date we choose, they're going to be getting to know each other, maybe courting. Are they going to have sex before they get married? And if they do, and if she conceives, is that a problem? And I'll tell you, the only problem is if she feels cheated. Like I don't know. We started dating, we had sex, then I got pregnant, and I don't really feel I got to know myself because so early in my life I got pregnant. Okay. The problem is not that they would have sex before marriage. Because if that they want that and they can attest that God is with them, then they can have sex. The issue is a young person or angel doesn't have enough maturity to understand the consequences of early sex and how it affects their own identity or their own ego. Okay. So we came to understand that Archangel Jophiel attested that he wasn't always mature. Okay. So it has to be a situation where if they do have sex and she does become pregnant, because I am not going to stop what her body does, her spirit body, that women on earth know what they want to say. Yes, Laura.
What about birth control? Until after you're married.
I haven't created birth control for angels yet.
Okay. Just putting it out there.
Well, let's talk about that.
Hey,
Come on, Mom.
if you're authorizing creation of birth control, Laura, for angels, I'll create it.
Okay, I am.
I
For
vote.
her or,
I
her
vote
or him, or both.
Both.
I think it should be the couple's choice, whatever is most comfortable for them.
Amen. I'm with you, sister.
Which means both.
So I'm not
Both.
talking about when I say birth control for him, meaning a condom. I'm talking about things that even on Earth people don't know about, how a man's ability to create viable sperm can be impacted, other than cutting bits of the body. They do exist. So a man could take a pill and not be able to have kids. We could do the same in the invisible world for an angel. It would just be that they find out about it before science on Earth finds out about it. I haven't wanted to do that on Earth because so many men would use that as an excuse, is just to have rampant sex. And I just think the maturity isn't there, that men would just many men would utterly abuse the fact that they could have sex and not have to worry about paternity. And I just feel that's not something I want to release into the physical world at this time. I think in the future, with women and men who are conscious in a relationship with God, living with God, and fully dialoguing with God about choice and impact, we could do that. So the question was, what about birth control? So we could do that just as long as she understood her body enough before she starts taking the pills or whatever, okay? So that if we agree to that, then we would be saying to him, you seem to have maturity, don't engage in sex until you hear that she knows her body,
Yes.
okay? One of you needs to repeat what was just said to Laura when she's back.
Okay.
I'll plug it in. That's what I wanted to get too much in.
It's me, Chris, here. How are we all?
I'm gonna have to go soon. My
Okay.
job, and yeah, this has been fabulous. I'm very grateful to have been here.
Very grateful to have you here.
Yes.
And do you have to go soon, Barbara, to do the
Well, it's too late to do that, but so it's too late to do that.
okay. I want to try to inquire about the other two angels, and I want to ask them to sort of speed everything up. Laura, when you were away, there was more commentary about birth control, Chris speaking, and one of it was God explaining that God didn't want to offer a pill for men because he wasn't really sure what we men would do on earth if we had it. And God also was speaking about Archangel Aretha to say that she wouldn't or shouldn't. It was inferred, my words, not God's words. You'd have to see the tape to see exactly what was said. Anyway, my understanding is she shouldn't take a pill until she knows her own body well enough so she
Okay.
can compare the difference. And so that inferred that he, being the mature male, should not have intercourse or ejaculate. And that means not using a condom either, because condoms can leak. So that he shouldn't have his penis inside of her until she is ready or willing to move towards use of birth control.
Okay.
And if she is, and she's taking that, then that would be allowed. And if somehow her birth control failed and they became pregnant, that would be deemed as okay, because God could always talk to her and say, but that was a choice she made, and that was a risk that was mentioned, and God would discuss with her what the risks are of having sex while she's on a pill or the pill or whatever. And so that means that whatever date of marriage is set up, should they have sex before marriage, it would mean we would understand that she had some understanding of her body pre-pill and post-pill.
Okay.
Or maybe not post if it's just happened recently, but at least pre. She needs to know who she is before she gets into those kind of, what's the word, God? Okay, so Heavenly Mother, she needs to know her identity clearly before she moves to using the pill. Okay, if she's using the pill and she doesn't even know who she is, we have a problem. So
I would hope there's
before you go, Louise, Zadkiel here. I just
Yeah.
wanted to introduce myself to you because I know
Yes.
you have out, and I didn't want to miss that moment. Love you,
Thank
love
you.
what you. Thanks for your offering in the Middle East. I'll be back in a minute, lady, and here's Shamuel.
Excuse me?
You, Shamuel, Archangel Shamuel. Shamuel.
Yes.
It's hard to-
Mhm.
Sorry, my name's hard to say. Anyway, it's me. The guy with an S at the beginning.
Yes. Thank you. I'm glad to know
I
you.
wanted to tell you something about what I appreciate about you. You're
Uh-huh.
thorough. You're thorough. You think things through. and you're not afraid to go to God about anything. And I love that about you.
Wow, okay. Thank you very much. I'm writing this down so I don't forget. Thank you so much.
Now I'm leaving so that Zadkiel can come in, and you excuse yourself whenever you need
Yes,
to.
I think I will do that right
Okay.
now. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good night, everybody.
Bye,
Look
Louise.
at the clock so you know where to pick up on the tape.
Yes, I will definitely listen to the rest of it. Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Louise.
Bye.
Feel
All
better,
right,
hon.
bye. Good night.
Love you. Love you.
So this is Archangel Zadkiel. God
Hello,
said
welcome.
something. God said something to me, which was to you really about me, but it was complimentary. It was about me. It was that we three archangels, Shamuel, myself, and Jophiel, we basically had God's back, Mother God's back. Now I've doubted that about myself. I think I'm a little bit like you, Barbara. I tend to get so many powerful experiences from God. I just wonder what's up, what's down, and what can be trusted. Is that something to describe some of your experiences?
Somewhat.
Okay, well, in my case, as a male, being a male angel, I was just trying to apply the laws of common sense that if we don't have balance, it's illogical, okay, and it's doesn't seem thorough. It doesn't seem um, what's what's the word in English? It's not rigid. It doesn't seem. It's something like viable, but it doesn't seem workable. I was looking for another word, but I couldn't find it. And sometimes I've thought of myself as the dunce of the angels, that I'm not intelligent enough, that I haven't applied myself, that my intellect doesn't seem to be as superb as Lucifer. My heart is not understood, and my spirit is sometimes shattered by all the things I witnessed. So I feel sometimes like I am a very fragile angel, and sometimes I sort of, not that we wake up, but just to use the phrase, sometimes that we wake up in the morning and I'd say to myself, why was I created? I mean, I thought human beings wanted to rely on us and we were supposed to be a source of value for people. If I'm such a fragile idiot, what have they got to look forward in me? And then God said to me, somewhere around the year 600, don't think that all angels are there to support human beings. Maybe you're there so they can support you. Maybe I want to draw out of humanity the ability to care for an angel or an underprivileged angel. If you think that you are falling short of the mark, you don't understand human empathy, how human women and men will be motivated to care for an underdog, to look at a person and say, God cares for all beings, from ant or insect all the way up to lion or bear. God cares for the weakest and the strongest in the creation. And I thought to myself, so is my strength that I'm weak? Am I weak? And I thought to myself, I used to, before Lucifer had sex, I used to sort of go fishing with Lucifer. I would, go on these field trips and we would hang out and we would talk to each other. We would talk about why we were created. We would ask ourselves questions. And he started to switch. He started saying, but, let's remember that we don't know everything. Maybe we're created by God to be even better than God. Maybe God wants to see us grow to a level where we're superior to God. And I cringed because the weak part of myself felt threatened. And then I thought, I'm not weak. I'm just so sensitive. I'm so damn sensitive. this is a skill. The fact that there is a male angel who is so superiorly sensitive, that's got to be attracted to some people, especially women or mothers who have sensitive kids. And if it's a father who needs to learn tenderness for one of his child or his wife who is sensitive, I've got to be able, being who I am, to bring something to the table. And that's when putting that element together and what God said in year 600, I began to go to God and saying, I see what you're doing, Mother God. You're preparing the way for people to recognize how sensitive you are, how much you care, and how available you are, not just as in being omnipresent, but that your sensitive identity as creator, your personality, your heart, your character, feminine and masculine, you're preparing the way for people to understand an incredibly sensitive side of God. And if I exist and you made me and I am sensitive, if they have questions in the future, it is possible that I can advocate to people and explain something about your sensitive nature. And it is also possible that they can advocate for you and tell me as human beings about your sensitive nature. And in their telling me this information, I can learn more about myself and I can grow. So those of you that saw the clip that Rob sent out, do you remember what attributes were said of Zadkiel? You know, they said Michael is this, and this one is working for balance, and you know, this one is the angel of peace. You know,
I
don't
didn't see the
remember.
video. Sorry, Zadkiel.
Couldn't see the clip. I haven't seen the clip yet.
Didn't get to see the
okay,
clip.
so let's play it back. It's a very short clip,
Oh, that'd be great.
and we'll pull up Rob's thing in Messenger.
Are the 7 archangels of God. The 7 archangels are mentioned in the Bible and are said to be the highest ranking angels and to be responsible for carrying out God's will on earth. Michael is the leader of the angels and is known as the protector of humanity. He is often depicted as a warrior angel, and he is said to have defeated Satan and cast him out of heaven. Gabriel is the messenger angel and is known for delivering important messages from God to humans. He is the angel who appeared to Mary to tell her that she would give birth to Jesus. Raphael is the healing angel and is known for his ability to heal both physical and spiritual wounds. He is often depicted with a staff and a fish, which are symbols of healing. Uriel is the angel of light and is known for his ability to bring wisdom and understanding. He is often depicted with a book or a scroll, which are symbols of knowledge. Jophiel is the angel of beauty and is known for his ability to bring harmony and balance to people's lives. He is often depicted with a rose, which is a symbol of beauty and love. Shamuel is the angel of peace and is known for his ability to bring peace and tranquility to people's lives. He is often depicted with a dove, which is a symbol of peace. Zadkiel is the angel of mercy and is known for his ability to forgive sins and offer compassion. He is often depicted with a violet flame, which is a symbol of forgiveness and mercy.
Did you
Thank you.
remember anything? I come in at the end of that clip. What did you
Yes.
hear?
Forgiveness and mercy.
Compassion.
So although those are elements I have, and I am prepared to forgive anyone, I would like to speak to, well, for me, being able to forgive means you have to be able to be in touch with yourself, be in touch with God, and you definitely should have something that is touching you about the person that you're forgiving. And so if you don't have something about the person you're forgiving, then you can't go back to God and celebrate that person completely, because you'll say, I don't really know enough about her or him, this one that I'm forgiving, and I'm just doing it magnanimously. I'm giving in faith. But if you know something about the person that you're forgiving, you can go back to God and say, but I'm forgiving her because of this, and I'm forgiving him because of that. And so if that's mercy, fine. But Christian ideas of mercy don't work for me. They're all about being big-minded and, understanding this greatness of God and the work of God to build peace in the cosmos and to bring about conformity in some religions to the ideal of God or to the will of God for salvation. And those don't work for me. For me, the peace is knowing yourself, that if you are a human being who knows yourself, you know what you're giving to others, and you can see how to receive from them and how to love others. And one would hope that if you know yourself, you're in touch with the aspect of God which is beautiful within yourself. If you know the aspect of God that is beautiful within yourself, then you know that that aspect can not only be applauded and celebrated, but can be used by you and God and others to promote and build peace. So, whilst mercy and forgiveness are important, they're byproducts of you knowing yourself. You can't be merciful if you don't know yourself. You cannot forgive if you don't know yourself. If you just feel the emotion of God within you, then it's not you forgiving, but God within you forgiving. God is saying forgiveness is required here. Let's take Chris as an example. I take Chris, he feels something powerful that's given to him from God. And then because of that power, he says to the other person, I forgive you. But it's the same experience of John the Baptist seeing the dove. When God takes that away, then Chris only remembers the experience of loving and experiencing God and forgiving, but he himself didn't actually forgive because it came so powerfully from God. It is when an individual deeply knows their true character that they're able to forgive. So for me, forgiveness and mercy is about supporting inner well-being. And it's about, if we compare my virtues as an angel to Archangel Raphael, Raphael can look at a situation, see what's needed, work with God and say, this is what we can do to heal all of these various elements and these various people. That doesn't necessarily mean you're dealing with the inner reality. You might be putting a Band-Aid on something. You might be giving a cold compress. You might be serving them tea. You might be opening their heart. You might be motivating them to be righteous. You might be asking them to be more observant, seeing more of the things going around you. There are so many things that Raphael can do to bring about healing. But for me, it's inner love that I will go to God and say, you constantly tell me that I should love myself. And then I will say to God, but do you, God, love yourself? Where are the scriptures about how Mother God loves herself? Where are the scriptures about how Father God loves? Forget the gender, you're God. Where is the information about how you, God, love yourself? And God will be, testy, like God is with Father asking about whether the fall was the fall. And God will be testy, well, the fact that I created you, means that, I love myself. And I'm like, cut the crap, God. Independent of anybody you created, do you love yourself? Because if you don't, we haven't got a hope in wherever to love ourselves,
Right.
If you are not able, God, to love yourself, how do we as angels and human beings love ourselves? I mean, today in this society, after Archangel Lucifer is blessed, he's constantly going around, I love myself, I love myself, I like myself, I like who I am. He's on the cloud 9 after what he's been through and the mistakes he has made and the sorrow he has caused. For me, what I noted in history is when people were trampled. I thought it is just not a good experience for anybody or any individual or any couple, any community, any group, any nation. Nobody wants to feel trampled, right? So if we take examples like Nebuchadnezzar trampling a community, or more recently in time in Sudan, South Sudan, armies going in and trampling villages, or a few centuries back, Africans being abducted into slavery. Or if we go to more recently to World War II, the Holocaust. All of these people and groups were trampled. Now, just because a person is trampled, it doesn't mean they feel trampled, because you can die and be trampled to death by a horse and not feel a victim, not feel like your dignity is taken from you, not feel like you are going into the next world unprepared. Because trampling is just a physical reality in the spirit world where you're trampled by a crowd or whatever. But I wanted to understand what it was like for God when God saw so many people trampled. And how was God planning at this point in history when everything started to come together to begin to address the very reality that people or groups or communities not only were trampled, but they felt trampled. And so, I ask God many times things like, this occurred the other day, are you in a position to tell me how you felt about it? Now, God would say, but you're so sensitive, Zadkiel. It's not that I don't want to answer the question about how God felt, but you yourself are so sensitive, and I love you, and I generally don't want to burden you with this, because it will put you on a course of more and more self-reflection. And then God would add, someday I need to marry you. I can't marry you if you're a blob of nothing, totally demoralized and trampled, that a woman feels like she's picking up a burden rather than a husband. Where is the self-confidence? Where is the character? Where is the angel that I believe you can be? I need you to be sensitive and take that understanding of the identity of God, but also you have to recognize that you're not just sensitive. You have shoulders, which can carry some things. You have a heart. You can express yourself. You can express your heart. You can add value to people's lives because you're empathetic and you're a good listener and you care. And people will just not leave you in your presence. Generally, they won't say, well, he's an uncaring being. You're the epitome of care. But that's not husband material. That's brother material. That's angel material. That's a devout follower of Almighty God material. That is sensitive. And then God said, and that's me and my ability to be sensitive. I can be sensitive, but it's not godly material. It's creator material, but it's not God. I need to project something more powerful than just the fact that I can be totally sensitive. And so God said, I put the fact that I got him insensitive in the nerves, so that people can sense things, in the hair follicles, so people can sense things, in a woman's heart, so she can know things, intuit things, and in a man's mind, so he can have vision. All over the place, God began itemizing where God inserted God's sensitive nature. And then I said to God, and in me, where, in Zadkiel, where did you put my sensitive nature? And God said, I put them in your eyes. You weep about all the suffering. You feel it. You weep at a wedding. You weep at a soppy movie. You weep when a horse wins. You weep when a willow blows in the wind. Your eyes have the capacity to show the emotion of God, and not just my feminine emotion, but masculine emotion. You have the way to show a man how to be sensitive, how to be a true man, or how to be a man of goodness, how to be a man who can embrace a son who is more sensitive in character. I put the sensitivity of God when I created you in your eyes. Now, I want to just stop for a minute. We were given a brief that we should tell you something about our personalities. We should talk, explain ourselves, that we may or may not walk away, as my brother Angel has with a wife. We may or may not achieve what is necessary. And I know that one of the briefs is surveying women available to find out what, they think I should have for a wife. And I know that women in the Delaware group who couldn't participate in the Zoom for whatever reason today were like, oh, if only I was there, I would have said he should have had this or he should have had that. And the men are not blind. They would also have their own opinions about what we angels need. What I haven't done is said anything about what I have been doing in history. But I was there on the battlefield picking up the soldiers who ascend to the spirit world. I was there determining whether entering the spirit world means they should feel the bullet, the pain of the bullet in their chest or the bayonet in their back. I was there when women were burned at the stake for being witches and they entered the spirit world. I was there. Do you need to continue holding on to your physical pain because that tells you you're alive? Or can we let go of that pain? And if we do, what do we replace it with? You were not expecting to enter the spirit world, but you have. And you're not even sure who or what is talking to you. What do you need? So I would apply myself in history, attending to the needs of those who ascend. There have been times that I sensed a person's demise on earth so well that people have sometimes referred to me as the angel of death.
I was just going to ask that.
Yeah. And Hebrews who experienced the Passover, the first Passover, would have thought that I was a foreboding angel and there would be death to the land. But that's not it. If they're going to do that, and a lot of Egyptian boys are going to die, that's wrong. But if they do actually die, there is a need for being sensitive about the entire situation. Infants dying, mothers losing children, fathers losing children, ancestors in the spirit world utterly frustrated, ancestors who previously supported the work of God with Jews, now angry at Jews, and want before the Passover, the Egyptian ancestors are pro-Jewish and pro the work of God with Hebrews, but after the spirit world is anti-Jews and anti the work of God with Israel or Israelites or Hebrew or Jews, because that act is an act whereby their own infant child was taken. Them choosing in the spirit world to be vengeful and to say, well, one day we will get Jewish babies. And I'm saying, well, this is our chance. Jesus has been born. Herod, go get those Jewish babies. So I'm not an angel of death. I'm an angel of sensitivity. And if people need to transition when you leave the physical world, and even though it's an unfortunate way that you go, you want to be able to tell the person who ascends, God has got your back, even though this happened and you were trampled. God, who is invisible, feels everything you went through And God, who is invisible, needs an angel to hold your hand and care for you. If that means spitting in the angel's face, then spit in my face. If that means taking your spiritual dagger and thrusting it in my chest, then thrust it. So there have been so many vengeful people I have attended to when they passed, and I have been stabbed at least 70,000 times. You know, I have been spat at least 60 times with such vileness that it threw me back, that I just thought I knew how to deal with people spitting in my face. But, you know, in 60 of these occurrences, it was so powerful that I didn't know what hit me, and I didn't know what to do, and I didn't know how to represent God, and I didn't know what to do with balance, meaning femininity and masculinity in that situation. Is the right thing to reject it and be firm? Is the right thing to be receiving it, you know, turn the other cheek? Is the right thing to search my inner femininity and provide feminine compassion? Is the right thing to be bold and saying, you know, you spit with such force, but one day God will welcome you with such force into her or his arms with love, true love. You know, so mercy is simply a virtue that supports people to understand. It is a support that helps people when they need to be understood. And what I'm telling you, sisters, is that there have been so many people who have died, and in the fact that they died under unfortunate situations, they definitely needed to be understood. If they die and God cannot tell them that God was with them in their death, then if God can't talk to them about their death, then who can they talk to? So, you know, Jophiel has that courage, that strength, that stamina, that ability to fight for the ideal. But I was created to support the ideal that recognizes that there's need, that God creates, and things can be sensed, and they can be very, very, very sensitive. I'm the angel that can go to the new mother and say, your baby isn't drinking from your breast. This is because he just doesn't like to be held here. Put your hand in the small of his back and he'll drink. You know, I'm the one who can ask God about things that are impacted because human beings and angels are sensitive. That's me. What do you think about me?
Can I say something?
Yes.
Hi, Zadkiel. Thank you so much for sharing. And I just want to pick up on two things that you said, and I want to express to you as a human woman. What's that?
One finger on the ring and two fingers going like that.
Okay. Okay.
It means that the Confucius, Buddha, those people are nervous about what you're going to say.
Oh, I'm very nervous about what I'm going to say. I can guarantee you. Because as a woman in the Delaware group, 10 years together, and for listening to what you say, I just want to, first of all, be very grateful for how deeply you've shared, and to say and validate the importance.
Thank you. God has just given me a name for my wife, Elizabeth.
Oh, okay.
Elizabeth.
With an S.
With an S. That's important. That's important. Very sensitive
Yes.
that you're there. S and Z is not the same.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can-
Archangel Elizabeth. Okay.
Wonderful. But I want to say that we were talking about patriarchy, you know, and your brother Archangel Jophiel we were talking about patriarchy and the whole.
I have just been given my wife's shape. The artists of the Middle Ages call her rotund.
Okay.
Oh,
Like
a big girl.
Big girl. A lot more to grab onto, my friend.
That's right. More than love.
It's not only more, but she can handle me when I shake.
Is
I'm
to
sorry,
be able
Kathleen. Keep
No,
trying
no.
to get it out. I can't stop what God is doing while you speak.
No, don't apologize. It's so exciting. And we're sitting here representing all the other Delaware group people. So it's wonderful. But I want to say that your gift in your own words, is that you can show a man how to be sensitive. Now, imagine all of these patriarchal men, one of which was represented very well with David and Bathsheba's situation and him trying to seduce her. How do these men that have this concept of patriarchy and all of the denunciation of
By truly learning how to appreciate a woman, that's how they change.
who's going to
Until
teach
you
them
can
that?
actually appreciate a
You.
woman, you're not a changed man.
But Zadkiel, this is you. You can show a man how to be that kind of sensitive and still be in the masculine form. And that's amazing for us as women. Amazing. You
Look,
have
I know how to do it, but we also have to address the ego of the man. So, for example, with David or King David, I've studied his erection. I understand what gets him up. I understand why he ejaculates how he wants, why he has the amount of semen that comes out. I understand how his body is producing spermatozoa. But if he himself wants to insist that his own being loved by God takes precedent over my role to help him in unification language be a true man, then we have a problem because his ego is in the way. And no matter what I know about how to help him to be a sensitive male, he has the right to say no to me because my mercy and my compassion and my forgiveness isn't wanted. It's not wanted. He doesn't want me to forgive him because he doesn't want to forgive himself. He doesn't want to, it's much more comfortable for him to say, I'm not it's easy to just cop out and say, I'm a bad person. I haven't done a good job. Maybe one day God will come and collect me. That's so easy. It's much more difficult to actually enlist the support of God, angels, and human beings to change and to actually find his inner reality. If he wants to talk to me about who his inner self is, I will help him. I'll tell him he's a timid, scared boy.
Well, we're not in the same world anymore. We've got a Delaware group and we've got teams and we've got therapy. So we can just send him to the therapy.
Well, then you would have to have somebody like Glenn work with David and work on the fact that he's still a timid, scared boy.
Sure.
And you shouldn't be marrying a timid, scared boy. You might be able to produce an ejaculation and father children, but then you have idiots like Solomon as your kids marrying hundreds of women because you're just a timid, scared boy.
That's right. That's right. That's right. So that's why we need you. so much.
Well, no. We need your consciousness as a woman to say the reason he married that many women is because his father was like that. And the buck stops here with you, Solomon. You have to talk to us women about what you're really going through, who you really are. Otherwise, whoever we are as women, God can't work through us to help you as our brother. Instead of shoving at us physical unification, Judeo-Christian women, that you're a sainted guy and you set up the temple and you're so cool and your lineage and your seed and your ejaculation was used for the creation of Jesus. And, we only just heard that, God was not particularly delighted with the 40 days of fasting of Jesus. that it wasn't inclusive enough of the role of women in the creation. And that just because he had a nego experience with his mom at that time, of course, things have changed. And he had, a disappointment with his sister. Notice the ring, that at the base of the ring, we're rubbing it. You don't get in 2023 to say, let us start off by respecting the Bible and the role in the divine principle of central families and getting us somewhere. You start off with accepting what is God doing now and how do I stay with God now in the invisible spirit world. See, the ring is now being cupped by the other hand. God is not grabbing any of these guys, these sainted holy people who say, let's pick up where you left off. God's working with other people or other angels. And the learning lesson is in that what was referred to earlier as humility. If you're humble, God can use somebody like me, Archangel, Zadkiel to, embrace and tell you everything you need to know about your menstruation, your inability to have a period, your inability to poop when you're pregnant, or your inability to control your emotion when your wife is pregnant and you want to have sex and she's saying, no, I'm 4.5 months and we're just not having sex anymore. For me, as a woman, I'm not doing that because my body's producing a baby here. And I don't care about your sex drive and I care about you, but I don't see something reciprocal. I don't see that you acknowledge or care enough about, you're not empathizing with me as a part of this marriage. I'm bloody pregnant. Stop harassing me for sex. I like sex, but I also have to deal with the fact that God is working in my life to produce another human being or human beings in my body. You have got to contain the hormones or do something that works. You need to go to the creation and talk to God about your genital behavior and your mind and your heart. Oh, darling, but you're so beautiful. No, you just sound like David trying to have sex with Bathsheba again.
Yeah.
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 Sounds like you're changing from being a husband to trying to turn the charm and trying to seduce. And, it's not going to affect what's happening in my lower parts. You're wanting to seduce me. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir. Definitely.
So
In there.
mercy just doesn't cut what I actually do. And angel of death definitely doesn't cut it. It sounds so just, I'd much prefer angel of ascension.
Absolutely. Forget this angel of death stuff. I mean, it brings up.
There is no angel of death,
No.
God, we angels don't determine when somebody dies.
No.
We are informed by God about possibilities and we can work with what we know. And we can also, if we're not informed, solicit information from God and God will answer us many times. But there's no angel of death. There's no such thing exists. That's too grim. There's no grim reaper.
No, I know. Adruma and I came up with the angel of compassionate transition. We thought that
Well,
was
that's
beautiful.
nice. That's very nice.
Yes. I don't know, but I mean, yeah. I thought it was
there are it's not just me as an archangel. There are lower level angels who do this stuff as well,
Yes.
help people ascend.
Yes.
And they have various skills. Excuse me while I get a little more comfortable since I'm so sensitive. My rotund wife, Archangel Elizabeth, tell me what personality she should have. Laura.
Understanding. Because
Why?
you're so understanding, because you're so sensitive. It might be difficult for her, but if she's understanding, she can listen to you, particularly if you're helping people ascend from difficult deaths. And it's going to be traumatic for you. So you're going to come home and have to talk about that. And I think understanding would be very important.
By understanding, do you mean capacity to understand or being able simply to express emotions like I just soothe and support? Is that what's the intellectual part of that understanding?
Actually, both.
Can you give me an example of a human woman who has a husband with a difficult job? Let's choose a man who is in the police force or a paramedic. Let's go paramedic. He's just come from a roadside incident and 3 people are killed and he's come home and he needs to talk to his spouse and she is the right woman for him. He's not unloading, he knows, because she's actually got the character and the skills to deal with the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of woman is she? How does she understand this paramedic?
She listens, she lets him talk. She lets him tell her about the scene. Who was the victims, husband, wife, child, and let him explain the whole thing, how he feels about it. And then she just
I'm going to interrupt you because I'm not the same as Rob. And so if that were me, I would then make eye contact with her. I've said the first things. I've laid out what I went through. I've checked in with her. Is she ready to hear? Is she all in? Is she busy? Does she have a child to attend to? Does she grab my hand or touch my shoulder and just say, "We'll talk later, darling"? You know, because I need that. I need somebody who makes the eye contact with me, who's there. Because if I lose the eye contact, being the being with so much eyes, what did God tell you
Right.
about my eyes? Or I tell you?
Right. But she'll be the kind of person that you can come home and say, I need to talk to you right now. And she'll be
Okay, good.
understanding enough to know that whatever she's doing can't be as important as talking to you.
Or
Okay,
at least,
so
or
let's take a recent occurrence, okay, and let's just be graphic because it is ascension, okay? People who die in traumatic realities, they do ascend, okay? So we've recently had situations in Israel near the border with Gaza where babies were killed, okay? And, you know, I've just dealt with several babies being killed. I've searched out the ancestors in the spirit world. I've looked for who's going to be responsible for their education, growth, and development in the invisible world. And I've come home, and because I've done that, I've done all my homework. I've got them all assigned so that these ascended babies will be cared for. But now I'm ready to just utterly emotionally collapse because I never gave myself time to think about how I myself felt about babies being killed. And now I need to let go, and I need my wife to catch me as I fall and fall apart, because it wasn't her dealing with these babies being killed directly. She only knows about it, but I
Right.
need her to deal with her dealing with me. I need to collapse into her. What kind of woman can be like that for me? And am I wrong to solicit that?
Physical
What?
touch. Physical touch. To physically embrace you, hold your hand, rub your shoulders, tickle your back, whatever is the thing that really makes you feel connected and makes you feel
I'm laughing because as you speak, God seems to love to talk when you talk, Kathleen. God is saying that's why I gave you a rotund woman, more nerve endings to go around.
Well, yeah, but if she's a big woman, that you can just collapse into her.
absolutely, for sure.
You know,
That's
that is
great.
a beautiful thing, Laura, and I am a bachelor. I don't know that I really thought about that enough, so I really appreciate that. So that's Heavenly Parent, that's a mark. We will give that quality to Elizabeth. She will be able. Okay, how would you like to say that? If you had to explain that to Stephen Fell, Laura, what would you tell Stephen that what quality Archangel Elizabeth got?
She's understanding, she's compassionate, and she's able to feel your pain and just embrace you and let you just release everything into
Okay,
her.
I need to say something, but I need permission from Barbara. I want to say something about your husband, but he doesn't like to be spoken about. I want to get the information out. I'm feeling it. Should I just zip it or should I actually say it?
well, actually, I'm okay with you saying it, but I would really like to say something after or before also. So go ahead.
I'm just saying that given what Stephen has gone through in his life, it means this archangel that's going to be created today, I believe she will be, my wife, is going to have the capacity to care for Stephen Feld. And he's no longer going to be alone. I know that he's not alone with you, but some of the things he doesn't want to dump on you because he wants to love you, he can dump on my future, yet to be created wife, Archangel Elizabeth. I just really wanted to say that. I thought it would be such a blessing for him, whether he can apply himself and do it. But if I can state that there's capacity in the universe for a female archangel to care for Stephen, all of his current needs, I can't speak to his future needs, then I think that's wonderful and beautiful. Am I wrong?
No, I mean, no, you're not wrong. You're totally right. But
Right.
but actually, if in the same sense, Stephen is very, very, very much like that also, because I come home after experiencing a whole lot of horrible things, and I don't even have to say anything, and he already knows what I've been through, and he just lets me sink into him. And that's really something that we all need to be for each other too. But
When
he's
you ascend, would you like to have a mission to help me welcome people into the spirit world in transition, Barbara?
I think, I mean, that is something that I see as really valuable. And I know True Father actually said that that's something that we can do so much because we understand a lot about how to help people transition. And through my years working in hospice, I did a lot of that.
But do you want to do it from the other side when you arrive in the spirit world?
I think it would be wonderful. I think it would be
I'll
really
promise you
wonderful.
one thing: if you're doing too much of it, I'll take you away and bring you to a Club Med experience in the spirit world.
Well, that's exactly what I would need and what I need sometimes already, because it can be a lot.
I
But
think I've
yes,
sort of jumped around a bit. I don't know where we're at with this agenda. You seem to know the format here about what male angels seem to need. Do you get a sense more of my personality, ladies?
I think so.
Yes, I think so. I wanted to also add something for Elizabeth, for her to be musical, to sing, and and I just picture her,
Okay, so before I can go there, because I'm such a person of empathy, and I know that Kyoko Betancourt is fighting disease and is not in a space to want to celebrate and be musical, I would like you to take a minute. I was going to say this before you even ask it. I was pulled to Kyoko. I was about to talk about her and say, how would you explain who I am? How would you describe my personality to Kyoko Betancourt? Kathleen.
he's a lot like my husband David. That's what I say to Kyoko. She loves David. David he's very easy to talk to, and he's someone who has a lot of compassion, and he cries very easily. And so there's a lot of my understanding of who you are because of my 37 plus years with the man who's upstairs right now. And
you know that we go back always to the situation of David being lucky enough to have his foreskin. And there's a relevance here in terms of preparation. I have a foreskin. Okay, it's not been removed. David is in a position through Archangel Elizabeth to understand how to give back to all circumcised men in a way that he never would have been able to previous to her upcoming creation. I can already feel it.
wow.
I don't know exactly why or how, because my wife hasn't yet been created, but because I'm sensitive, I can feel it.
Wow, amazing. I think that will make him very happy. But he's also a man of physical touch.
My wife's just been created, and the first words out of her mouth is opening her eyes. I've been waiting for you.
Oh, so beautiful.
Yay.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
Welcome, Elizabeth.
Uh-huh.
I
Absolutely.
don't know what to do with myself, because on the one hand,
That's
the
wonderful.
Archangel Michael here, so he'll be back in a minute. But
Hi,
somebody has to
Michael.
report to you, hi, about what is happening for God.
Okay.
An angel, a female angel, awakening into existence and saying, I've been waiting for you, is God saying, I've been waiting for you. I mean, God has been waiting to love my brother angel, Zadkiel.
Yes.
There's something within God that always wanted to be wed to him. And you know, the fact that God, through the first words of this female angel, isn't talking about who she is or where am I or, you know, what she brings into her existence. The fact that the first thing is speaking about her other half is such unconditional love that I cannot imagine it. I
Um,
mean, it is, if you are married to somebody who their self, the strength of who they are is that they have been waiting for you, not anybody else. And they know when they use the word waiting for you, they know something about your identity or who you are or what you stand for or what you want or what you believe or what you need. That is powerful. Let's go back and see if Zadkiel is able to speak at this time of creation or if more can be said.
Okay, thanks, Michael.
He's asking her, what can I do for you? She's saying, just be here and breathe with me. Just breathe. Just breathe. Can you relate to that kind of commentary? It's still Michael speaking. It's Sarah here. We can relate, right, ladies?
Sure, Sarah.
yes, absolutely.
This is
Absolutely.
our one chance, some female archangels, to get in here today.
That's great. You jump right in there, girl.
We understand. Just breathing. We didn't know how to breathe. You couldn't push a baby out. So we understand breathing,
Yes, yes.
That's absolutely right.
you know. They only have to breathe for a few seconds to get a wad of semen out, you know.
Absolutely.
We know how to breathe. Sorry, I'm trying to move to more feminine things, but I don't think God has prepared Chris enough. So I'm being limited and constrained in a male box. So I'll try to be a little more intellectual. I was trying to be more gregarious and more self-informed. Remind Chris what you know about my children or child. Sarah speaking.
Yes, Sarah and Gabriel. Your
What do you
child.
know about us? What can you remember about how many kids or our situation in terms of family?
I don't think that we were told what your child's name is, or if your
I
child,
don't, or
My-
gender even.
yeah, or
I
gender.
have a boy named Thaddeus.
Oh my gosh, that's wonderful.
Thaddeus.
Thaddeus,
What a
wow.
wonderful name.
Oh my gosh, Sarah, congratulations. And the same,
Congratulations.
that is
Thaddeus.
so marvelous. That's so marvelous.
I think, you know, my husband he wants to sort of keep our boys shielded, you know, like as soon as you know about something, there's engagement. And basically, my spouse has really been burned by humanity from his perspective. They didn't listen about, you know, delivery. He's faulted for not giving the messages from God well. People accuse him that, you know, if you had done a better job of delivering, you know, this message, you know, we wouldn't be in the poop or we could have acted more responsibly. And so that sort of
Yeah,
being burned is, you know, another person that Glenn Strait could work on therapy with. I don't
sure.
think Glenn envisaged applying therapy to angels, but we also can need therapy.
Well, sure.
So I'm sorry, I'm distracted to my family and at a time when my sister Angel is coming into existence.
That's so wonderful. What have you planned for her? I'm sure that all of the archangelic women are going to just want to help them and be there, and it's very exciting for you, right?
Yeah, we're not in a rush to go be sister to sister. We really believe that if she's been created and she's been waiting for her other half,
Yeah.
if God is, we need to let that heterosexual experience, you know,
Oh, interesting.
male, female, female, male develop. We will have to solicit from her, what do you mean as a woman? Explain, share why you created for him, why you're waiting, what aspect of God's femininity and or masculinity is there within your personality that you come into this world. She's saying already, I have to be who I am. This is who I am.
Wonderful.
Good for you, Elizabeth.
Wow, that is
Would
wonderful.
you like to speak to me? I'm already ready because I was waiting.
Wow, sure, absolutely, Elizabeth.
Sorry, Chris here. What was the name of the other female angel created today?
Elizabeth
Elizabeth and Aretha.
and
Aretha,
Aretha.
yeah.
Aretha, right,
So
was
Aretha, comes with a full force of joy and adulthood. I mean, I come out of God understanding the need of a being, my husband or husband to be, who has helped so many people transition, that I have to come into being prepared for this. If I am coming into being prepared, then it means I can almost immediately speak. So first of all, the first thing I want to say to you ladies is it's lovely to meet you.
wonderful to
Right
meet
back
you.
at you.
Absolutely. Welcome.
For me, not now, honey. He's trying to suckle on my breast. I'm like, not now. Maybe it may have been waited, but I'm not ready for that. I may have been waiting for you. Here we go. Somebody get this man restraint. I said no. What he doesn't understand is that I need to find my own self, right? And so we will follow the same rules of the road for procreation and intimacy. He needs to understand the woman that I am. And for that to happen, I need to come more into my own dialogue with God about the woman angel that I am. It's clear that my spouse is needy. Okay. So one of the things that I was done to prepare for him being needy is I wasn't prepared. I may have been waiting for him, but God did not prepare me to deal with his neediness. There's a reason. I already intuit that there's a reason. There's many reasons probably, but one is that if I had been prepared, I may not have wanted to be created.
Oh, come on.
No, I mean, you got to understand that you just can't walk in a room and get matched to someone and have it all figured out.
I
Right.
think, yeah, we've all,
Some
we
of you who
get
were matched, you didn't figure it out right away, right?
we understand that.
I think I'm doing good having, been under an hour created, actually talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm all right.
Absolutely.
And also, I don't want to talk through Chris, because what I just saw when I projected, I think I'm all right. I'm like, oh, I don't like that. That's much too masculine. That ain't me.
That's
So
right.
I'm dealing with not only creation, but dealing with channeling at the same time. And it's not great.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand me. There's very little understanding of my feminine shoulders. I will come back now, Heavenly Parent, just checking in. We have one more angel to deal with.
Yes.
Laura, were you surprised that we actually saw creation of angels in the Zoom? Heavenly Parent.
You're
Oh,
asking
Laura.
us.
Oh,
Laura.
yes, me?
Yes. Were you surprised that we actually saw, because it's already in the past, it's happened. We've seen two female angels created today, Aretha and Elizabeth.
I
Were you surprised?
truthfully, no. No. I didn't know what to expect. I thought that we would name them, but I'm not surprised. I'm pleasantly. I knew something wonderful would happen. I didn't know what it was, so I was prepared for anything. So I wasn't particularly surprised, but I'm very happy about it.
what I want to do in my conversing with you here, Laura, is to create a situation where you can be even more empathetic with Eve. So Eve was supposed to be the woman who could have the Zoom and who could meet God and work with Adam and others to create angels. Okay. And I want to ask you a question, just as yourself, as Laura, and this word in English, satisfaction. Is there any sense of being satisfied or satisfaction that you're participating in this Zoom? How does it feel to be a human woman and to be participating with God in creation of an angel?
I don't think there's a big enough word. I mean, who else? Who else has ever done this?
No
This-
one?
yeah, exactly. This is tremendous.
But
Spectacular.
can you just switch to vision now? Can you now begin to taste why God's had a vision that human women and men could participate in creation of angels? Is it a bad thing?
No,
Oh, not at all.
not
Okay.
at all.
And what would happen if I would tell you in the future that, hey, by the way, since you're such bosom buddies with Cynthia, can you help her with some of the lower level female angels who are looking for some uncreated male counterparts? I mean, what would you say if you were told that you and Rob could participate with Cynthia and Roberto on creating lower level male angels?
We would love that. We would love that.
Well, I got
Cynthia,
your
Roberto,
number.
here we are.
Heavenly Parent has got your number.
Wow.
Call me anytime.
You don't really mean any time, but I know when a good time is. You other ladies, what does it mean for you having participated in co-creation of angels? Never mind that they're female angels, but they are angels, and they're not just any angels, they're archangels. They're coming into the world with capacity, an archangelic capacity. How we
Go ahead.
doing?
Go
I
ahead,
think
Barb.
just the it's not just, it's like this co-creative thing where the angels seem to be able to also create through, you know, knowing what they're looking for also, like
Yes,
by knowing them and then knowing what they're looking for. It's like, what an incredible creative process.
it's like trying to bless one of your kids. You know who they are. You need to know what your son or your daughter who wants to be blessed is
Right.
looking
And
for.
if you don't know what they're looking for, then it's totally disastrous because you can't do it on your own
Well, they don't have any buy-in. It's just something you did for them.
or
They're
to
not
them.
right. Well, there's
Yeah.
plenty of to them, but
Yeah.
hopefully we're at a level where it's either for or with. But this is a
Yeah.
with.
It's
Creating-
wonderful.
Creating female angels with the male angels that have existed from before the creation of Eve and Adam, who independently, each in their own way, advocated for God in the sense of my mothering. I'm not speaking through Chris as a mother. I'm speaking forcefully in a masculine way through him. So I'm not going to own the title mother, but each of these guy angels, stood by Mother God and have never stepped away from her. Okay, possibly the only time they're going to step away from her is on their wedding night when they feel like they don't want to be so close to Mother God that Mother God is with them when they're trying to have sex. They might want some independence and they prefer a different experience of God. And they would like to maybe know that their wife is having experience of Mother God during sex, you know. But other than that, since they haven't had sex and they haven't had marital intercourse, they've never stepped away from God. So this is a powerful way for me to return true love to them as the creator. Like, I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting as female archangel Elizabeth to make love to you. And I have. I've always wanted such a sensitive, wonderful archangel like Zadkiel to make love to me in the feminine. And now, you know, I'm not going to have to hold out as creator. I can actually say that as the first words out of her mouth. So he's completely confident and assured. And I've got to get the messaging right because he's so sensitive that you get the wrong message in there and you're really not meeting the need. So do you think I met his need by having those words said from her firsthand, ladies?
Absolutely,
Faulkner.
yes,
Yes,
yes, yes,
I
yes.
think he was just totally overwhelmed by her love for him.
You know, it's time. I can't identify who's speaking, Chris, because there's so many people switching around. It's like I'm in a tornado. So, I know we're moving to Shamuel, but I don't understand. So I'm getting the pronoun I. You'll have to look at the tape because when I say I don't know who's speaking. I know it's not me, Chris, but there's an I. I have to say that we're looking forward to releasing into the world a situation where we have now 11 known archangelic couples. Okay, right now we have 10. We have August 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and 6th, recently named Priscilla and
Joffrey.
Joffrey.
Jophiel. I have to say that I believe the 12th archangel will be Harold and a wife. Harold isn't currently at archangelic status. I believe he will be elevated. Still, Chris, still don't know who the I is that's speaking, but I'm going to let them go on because it doesn't seem contrary to God's work or the situation here. I am being told as your brother, Chris, I want to use the word ethos for the person, for the speaker. It doesn't seem contrary to the ethos of what is occurring here. Is that okay? It's Greek. It may have masculine elements. Do any of you ladies have a problem with ethos of what's going on here?
No,
Oh, that's okay. Good. Okay. Now I get it. It's St. Paul speaking.
Oh,
Hello,
Yeah,
St. Paul.
hi. I feel, Saul being struck off a horse, having to turn around, telling everybody how to live their life, getting it horribly wrong in the New Testament. That doesn't stop in this situation God from still trying to sort of speak to me about what comes next. And so I believe my responsibility is to speak, but I also have to make sure it's gender balanced. And I also know that I'm speaking from my historic knowledge of Greek reality at the time of my life and post Jesus's death. And so what I'm trying to do is say my thinking and my hunch. It doesn't mean I'm right. But anyway, we've got the 6 angels on the plane included. Remember, just so people don't understand why I'm talking, but an angel released me from prison, So we have the 6 angels. We have Zadkiel and Jophiel's partner. We have Roberto, right? And is there not 6, 7, 8? How many is that? I thought we were up to 10. Let's count our male archangels, excluding Harold.
Michael,
6.
Gabriel, Raphael,
Uriel,
Uriel.
Lucifer,
Lucifer. Roberto. Joffrey.
Joffrey.
and then these 3 guys, right?
Uh-huh.
If we
Jophiel.
add these 3 in, doesn't that bring us up to 11?
One more, the next one would be the 11th.
Yes, so we're at 10.
Yes.
Now, I want to say to you as women, on behalf of being a New Testament scholar, an important person and brother, you're in your St. Paul movement. you're helping co-create. This is your equivalent of the New Testament. You're, as women, doing anything any man has ever done. You're in an active relationship with God, co-creating something here and now. How does it feel?
Amazing.
It feels, yeah, it feels
On
absolutely great.
behalf of all of the men in the spirit world, I'm going to offer you an apology. I'm so sorry we got so many things wrong, ladies. Genuinely sorry. There's not a single man that I can't represent. I'm the one who helped push the New Testament through. Now, I might be wrong in claiming those laurels. Maybe I don't have the right to apologize for all men, but if there's any dignity in what I did for God, then I'm apologizing on behalf of all men. Let's get it right from today forward. Let's both be consciously working with God. I'm talking about women and men. Am I too strong? Do I need to change how I say what I say? Should I be softer? Should I ask permission? I don't know. I'm just being me. It doesn't mean I'm presenting information that God would sign off on. I'm just feel that if we're going to be creating angels, and if women are creating angels, this should empower all the men in the spirit world to apologize to women. What else could a woman do which would warrant the full scale apology of all men? I don't think you can. Can you think of anything better that you can do? Co-creating with God?
No.
I mean, and that's what brings me in. That's what pulls me. I'm saying I've been waiting for centuries to apologize for women. Cut me some slack, God. Let me get the damn apology in. It may not be the best apology, but it's still true. It's still what I feel. It's still what I think. And I can't demand people receive it. And it's shocking because I don't think women in the unification movement would ever think somebody like St. Paul, who I'm somewhat maligned in the unification movement, in my opinion, could offer an apology. Anyway, I'm not here really to bet for whether people like me or not. I needed just to do that. And now I think we will have Shamuel. Am I right? Yes, you're right. So Heavenly Mother.
Thank you.
Thank you, St. Paul.
You'll remember that if you look back at the Zoom, before Paul shows up, God starts saying, I'm not coming in as mother. You know, I didn't want to come in as mother because if Paul is being willing and moving and soliciting an apology, he's a man and he has to speak as a man. And if the apology is from a man to a woman, that word is woman or woman together. It's sort of a convergence there with the vowel. If he is apologizing on behalf of men, then he really needs to come in as a man. He needs to bring masculine reality. I'm going to now give you ladies this final archangel for today. But first, before I do, Harold is a candidate among many to become a male archangel and have a wife. However, if in fact the Brooks do work with Cynthia and Roberto to produce suitable male angels for some rising female stars in the angelic world, he might not get in there. He might not be the 12th one.
Okay.
And I don't want to say that, I don't want to get people stuck on the number 12. The number 12 is not about 12 apostles or the fact that Judas betrayed and somebody was replaced, because when you start talking about identities and the number 12, many people go to the 12 apostles. And we're not focusing on that. If we're going to look at the number 12, it's the fact that there are 12 arrows of give and receive action in a 4-position foundation. That's where we're going to go. That's the impetus for having 12 apostles, is in the 4-position foundation. But because when people study divine principle and they study about three blessings, there's not a strong understanding of identity. They don't immediately go there. The only identity historically that they have had is who Adam might be, who Lucifer might be, who Eve might be, and who God might be as Father God. And I don't like that because that's not how I, Heavenly Parent, created. Speaking about how I created, before we go on to this next archangel, I was trying to elucidate, not illicit, but with the E starting. What's the word? Pull out of somebody, get into
Elucidate, make more clear.
elucidate. I was trying to elucidate out of you, Laura, a kinship with Eve, and to say, if this is what you're experiencing, that would have been Eve's experience plus more. That's not a negative.
Not at all. No, that was
One of
beautiful.
the things I very gently dropped and then zipped and didn't bring back to Chris as a medium was, we're going to point out that creating female angels after the existence of Adam and Eve is not a hardship. It's not a negative. It's not a second-class citizenship. It is just a process, and the validity in the process is in some of the beauty of co-creating. So we're not looking at gender of angel, why the male angels are first, what they did, what they messed up, why the female angels seem quote, to come afterwards. We're not looking at the gender of the angel. We're looking at the ability to co-create. And I ask you a very simple question, which I'm sure you can easily answer, is if you don't exist, can you co-create?
If you don't exist, can you co-create? That's what you said?
Mm-hmm.
If you don't exist, no.
Only within God. There's some aspect of you before you existed that is somewhere within me, and that can co-create. But you yourself as an existent angel or human, you can't co-create if you don't exist. So it was always my intent that it's not only God that creates angels, but human beings also can co-create angels. I thought to myself as the original creator, there will come a time where there's a gap, where this person had this amount of children, this person has this heart, this person is living in this climate, this person has this need. And every time I go to meet them in that need, there's not an existent angel that can support me, and I'm an invisible being. We need an existent angel. And, the idea was, well, wait a minute, if we're really talking about co-creation, God doesn't just raise what's missing. Why can't a woman raise what's missing? Or why can't a man? I mean, that's really co-creation. Why can't a woman bring to God's attention, we seem to have a gap here? Or a man, we seem to have a gap here. Don't we need to co-create something here? And that is it found in the concept that I'm raising for you and Socrates, that you would be able to co-create.
That's amazing.
Yeah, well, the angel conference was held in your home for a reason. So, there are very few mistakes in this mediumship. Okay, we lost Dorothy. We weren't able to be supportive of Lorraine. There are errors of judgment. There are issues to do with how that spirit world could have stayed and been involved, and how that spirit world could have altered the course of the Delaware group. But it is what it is. And like always in history, we have to go forward. But I want to speak, when we start talking about Archangel Shamuel, about Dorothy Hill and what value she would have brought to the creation of Shamuel's wife. First of all, she would have been looking at, is he who he says he is? Is he representing himself well. And how does any woman, not just Dorothy, but how does any woman determine that he is who he says he is? We know about Dorothy's marriage to Wayne. We know about their situation. We know about hopes and dreams. And we know that people are now moving to Roshan D'Souza. We know that sometimes people are not grounded. So before we go and talk about this other angel, I want someone such as Kim Barry and other people to have a chance to speak if they want. Hi. Very odd, but I'm speaking to you, Kim Barry.
Hi, Kim.
Hey, Kim.
Hi,
Welcome.
Kim.
Thanks for all
I'm
you're doing in Spirit World.
doing a lot more than I ever thought I would be doing.
Yeah, I betcha. I betcha.
You seem to be doing a lot more today than you thought you
Yeah.
would do.
Yes,
Yeah, mind blows.
yes.
Um, I think that one of the reasons I'm being brought in as a woman who is ascended, as opposed to Antonio or Susan, but just anyway, as a woman, meaning Antonio is ascended, is to do with what we're coming up to next in the channeling. That God doesn't just want earthly women to be known to be co-creating, but that there's a role for myself as your sister in the invisible spirit world also to co-create. As you all know, my husband is constantly working on trying to support God. You call it what you want, a political reality, a spectrum, making basis for the invisible world to, bring societies together to establish the ideal. I'm sure that my husband, although I'm not going to get into it in this Zoom, would like me to tell him about his mother, my mother-in-law in the spirit world. That's probably not the right time.
Yeah.
But we are talking, ladies, not just as Delaware Group sisters on Earth, but those ascended. How do we work to co-create angels? And I wanted to have a conversation with you to find out if you think we're doing well. Let's play with this. Ask me a question. What were you doing, Kim, in this co-creation process? I think you already know what you were doing, and I know what you were doing because I was watching. One of you want to ask me?
What were you doing during this co-creation process?
Mostly biting my nails. Really? Seriously? I have strong character and force, but I also have this timid persona and this timid perception. And I'm sure it drove Mark crazy at times. Well, which woman is here today? But I want to say, and it's hard to get it through Chris, so I'm going to ask him to step back from his body a little bit. I want to say that I hadn't anticipated as a human woman how important I was to God. I knew I was valued, and I knew that I was beautiful, and I knew that I was good, and I knew that I was able to love and serve, but I hadn't anticipated how valuable I am to God. We always talk about having value and absolute value, Father talks about, but when you actually sit down in the invisible spirit world and you begin to experience how valuable you are, and you're like, but wait a minute, I'm a woman and I've always been told I can't be valuable to God. Every message, every subtlety made sure I knew that in my gender, I couldn't be valuable to God, that I'm there to support. It's mind-boggling that there's a part of me that wants to say, how the hell did we let the men pull the wool over our eyes for so long? Can I ask you, am I wrong? Have men pulled the wool over our eyes, ladies?
Yeah, they've been sort of pulling it over our eyes and doing a lot of other things to us. But anyway, yes, we did.
I just want to know, am I the only woman who sometimes thinks this or feels this? I have to be careful that I'm not blaming guys when I should be taking responsibility as your sister, as a woman myself. But there's this emotive reality in my being up here that says, no, these guys have fucked us over. You know, I think they have. When a father puts his daughter to bed and says, good night, God loves you, he'll be with you in the morning. The father is prejudicing the daughter's understanding of God. That's a bit of manipulation or control. So I want, since I'm being allowed as a human ascended unificationist woman to participate, I want for once in my life to feel like nobody's pulling the wool over my eyes, that I am not backed into a corner, and I'm not forsaken. I always know, because I absolutely know Mark loves me, that I'm never forsaken. I know that, because he will always be my rock. My words to channel through Chris. It's probably not what I would tell Mark directly, but you get the idea. But apart from my male spouse, my husband, when we look at other people in my spouse's gender, it's always, what is God doing? I can't quite trust you, you male being, brother. And this is changing for me. I'm beginning to feel like I can trust some males. I just, whoa, the story of Jophiel, how could you not but trust the guy? I mean, did you, anything in the ladies, Kim, to you, anything in the discussion that made you mistrust him?
No?
No,
Not,
certainly not.
no, I just thought, wow, I'm such a bitch judger of men. I just, I don't, I've bulldozed my way through creation and not trusting enough men. And look, here's a male that can be trusted and predates even Adam. Mind-boggling.
Yeah.
It made me think, well, God really knows what she's doing. I could have said he there, but I'm going to refer to God as she. So this hand motion is not me. I mean, not Chris. It seems like it's Kim. Mark will have to confirm if she did some sort of hand fidgeting. The reality is, and again, I don't know who I'm talking now. Kim is there, but transitioning out and other realities. It's getting to be like a pool of merging realities. Is Kim going to finish, Heavenly Parent? Obviously I need to finish. Kim, look, I just wanted basically to let you know that you're not alone on earth co-creating, that I, as your sister, am part of this process, and it's truly an honor.
For us too, Kim. Thank you.
Thanks, Kim.
Thank you.
Okay, so I am a little lost, and I don't know who's owning the pronoun I. So the experience with Shamuel is that he was, according to that little clip, the archangel of peace.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't get peace if an ascended wife can't express how she feels about all this when she's got a husband on earth, part of this group. Okay, that's not peace, because something's happening and he's going to have to say, well, I wonder what my wife was thinking. And here's just a snippet. At least it's more than just lip service of the love of God. At least God is making an effort through phenomena to be inclusive. Never mind whether it's accurate or correctly portraying things, like with the case of JFK Jr. and his wife. It's a process reality. And I'm saying, as a Heavenly Parent, process brings about love. Love brings about peace. So if I don't have sentiment within me for other aspects of sentiments of me before I create angels or the cosmos or people, then without the process, there's no love. What is central according to divine principle is heart. So the heart of God is central. But when you start getting to love, there has to be give and receive action, and there has to be processes between these actions. So for Shamuel to bring about peace, he has to be successful in bringing about the ultimate processes of God that produce peace. You have to have woman's voice be heard, understood, appreciated. You have to have women being able to talk freely. You have to have women expressing themselves. You have to have women reaching God and God reaching women, whatever world they're in, the invisible world or the physical world. And lastly, you have to have some degree where at least two women say they're satisfied. If you don't have two women, it's only one, you can't say that women have been reached. But if even two women have some sense of satisfaction in the process of co-creation, then you can begin to sell, to Madison Avenue what peace is. Because you now have women who are satisfied, and we would assume, these guys over time would be satisfied. And if we have angels working to comfort, or people in Glenn's team to comfort these guys, because a number of times we've said, oh, this person could use healing, or that angel could use healing. If we have that, then we have not only co-creation as a thing, but as an experience. And if there is satisfaction, it puts women in a position to have a conversation with God personally and say them to God and God to them. That was a joyful experience. That was a co-creative experience of joy. Remember, we're striving for joy in the creation. We want joy. We want joy to be central to some of our experiences. We allow for sorrow, we allow for suffering, we allow for disappointment, we allow for dissatisfaction. We allow for all these things, but we also have to make sure that a successful creation allows for co-creation where women and men work together to produce joy. Now, when you're talking about creating angels, I have originally told Chris, basically since the time he was working with Yajin until now, the reason we're creating female angels, what seems to be later, is so that women and men who exist will be indebted to angels, and angels will be indebted to them. And so without defining what indebted would mean, we would say, well, Archangel Elizabeth, Archangel Althea, they're going to have some sense of gratitude or debt that, well, you're a woman that was there and gave ideas about who I should be. I am grateful to you for that. Some of that, whether it's you or God working through you, if you didn't exist, some gratitude. Now, here's the difference. In the Judeo-Christian concept, that debt of co-creation goes to the male patriarchy, which says you will therefore praise God and you will make sure till your dying day that you put him first, capital H-I-M for God. But in the co-creative reality, where we're talking about debt, we let women who are conscious talk to God and say, well, I don't understand the relationship here. Maybe there's a debt, maybe there isn't, maybe that's a bad word in English, but the idea is there's some relationship, and have we co-created, or have I just, been a bump on a log during this experience? Or no, I feel I've co-created. So we have to work with this situation where when women on earth and Kim or others in the spirit world have adequately thought about this, then there's some sense coming to God about what co-creation is, what the relationship is. And that woman or women can then say, but was valuable here because it showed me that there was value in human beings co-create angels, not just God doing it on her own or his own. Or without qualifying it by saying this aspect, that aspect, but just feeling something more powerful, more comprehensive, and saying, no, that was a good experience co-creating with God. We want to take it from the masculine divine principle black book concept of this was an experience of co-creating with God, which should be good and could be good, and if you're lucky enough to be a woman, might be good. Sorry, and if you are a woman and you're lucky enough, maybe might be good, to an experience where no, the gender divide fades, and whoever you are in your identity, if you're identifying as woman or man, whoever you are, you see value in the co-creation. Now, why is all of this so necessary before we let Shamuel come in? Because
I have a question. I'm sorry. I wasn't clear on, I understood about the co-creation as a thing and not as an experience. That's great. Striving for joy in creation is great. I didn't understand talking about debt and indebtedness. I didn't get that.
yeah, can we table that? I'll come back to that.
Oh, sure, that's fine.
The men in the spirit world thought that co-creating would be a way to dominate,
Oh,
to take something from God and to show that human beings are superior. And I was going to go through a different vein, and it's only so many times I can get it through Chris as a medium. I apologize, but the co-creating peace basically happens when everyone feels represented. Okay, if somebody doesn't feel represented, how can you have peace? And so the endeavor here is to make sure that there's a time and a space when women can say, maybe I don't understand everything, but somehow I participated with God and I co-created. We don't support the men who said, to Archangel Shamuel, go and get peace, you have to bring peace, because it's not simply the role of one male archangel to bring peace. Is it?
no.
No,
It can't be. He can't change your child's diaper. He can't, put your children to sleep or dry the back of your child when they come out of the bath. He can deal with the emotional internal reality. But I say that part of peace is drawing the back of a child. Part of peace is, really being genuinely surprised and happy that somebody actually brings you a cup of tea when you need a cup of tea. I say that part of peace is learning about the physical world. Don't burn your hand on the element, and don't drink hot tea to burn your throat. I would say that peace is understanding not only how God creates, but what she wants or what she needs, what God wants to experience. What do you think, Kathleen, Mother God wants to experience peace?
What does Mother God want to experience when she experiences peace? The free flow of the free flow of love to disseminate joy.
Yes, but add in there, with me.
Absolutely, with you. Yes,
So,
not for you, with you. That's
there are places in the creation where no one is with me, where I've done something and no one has been appraised of what I've done. So it's kind of hard to say that they're with me because they don't even know what I've done or how I've done it.
Yes,
I mean, I understand a lot about the planet Pluto, which is now no longer a planet or is a planet, but anyway, you get the idea. Much
Right.
more than scientist currently. And probably I always will know more about Pluto than anybody else.
I
But
think so.
no matter how much I know about Pluto and no matter what kind of entity it is or isn't, joy comes from relationship. And one element of God is to create. And there is tremendous joy from God being able to co-create. I cannot say as a creator that I'm going to always be happy for the co-creation because Jacob made an altar, or because Abraham decided to sacrifice Isaac, or because Abraham decided to cut off people's foreskins of their dicks. What I can say is the disbalance that I've seen in the creation is beginning to melt like the polar caps. And, you know, the climate change is here, lady. Women are going to be included. And every time women co-create with God, it teaches men something. It teaches men that women are valuable. And their history has not been really great at telling their children that women are valuable. Come to dinner, didn't have sex, domestic abuse, hit the wife in front of the kids. There are so many occurrences of the male gender being abusive, much more than women. Women are accused of being cunts because they withhold sex. Women are accused of being bitches because they have an opinion. Women are accused of being monotone because they only talk about the fact that you shouldn't waste the money on gambling and we should be able to pay the rent, and they repeat it over and over again. I didn't create a world either as father or as mother for women not to have the rent money, especially when it's being earned and it's being spent somewhere else. So you can say all you want in the Black Book about true economy or whatever, but if you can't have a husband in the second blessing sharing the wealth that is earned for a family or applying it in consultation with a woman, that's not true love. No matter what you believe about individual salvation, it's just not true love. So it is inclusiveness. So one of the qualities that I want to bring in the wife of Archangel Shamuel is a woman who can be inclusive. What do you think about that? I know you don't sense much about him, but when he does come and talk soon, I want you to consider what I've said about him needing a wife that is inclusive. And then we'll come back to it.
Okay. You okay, girls?
Yeah.
Hi, are you ladies up to, going through this process? Shamuel.
Absolutely. We can't leave him out. He's been patient.
It's Shamuel speaking to you, Kathleen. You're up to.
Oh, hello, Shamuel. Yes, please. Welcome. Welcome.
So just refresh my mind. You have been going for how many minutes or hours?
We're 15 minutes short of 4 hours.
Okay. I'm sure that in some aspects your body is really tired and you're feeling the 4 hours, but in other aspects the content is riveting and you probably don't know where the time went. Am I right?
Yes.
You're
yes.
right. However, I'm really fading. And I have to wake up in 5 hours. So I'm so sorry. I'm tuning in again.
Okay, well, you just apply yourself, do what you need to, but I need to go on. This is just how it's worked out for me. I get to be the last person. So let's start with something that's relevant to you, Barbara, in case you have to fade out. Peace for the dying. Peace for the dying is about making sure they have balance in their latter days, that they have what they need. Okay, you don't have to solve the relationship issues. You don't have to worry about whether or not their son will or won't drive from North Carolina to Delaware to be at their side. You don't have to overly prepare with the invisible spirit world for every outcome to attend to his or her needs. In your case, Barbara, many times it's a he. The reality is that peace for the dying is keeping balance. Now, I want to point out that on a scale in the physical world, you can have something that, let's say it weighs 9 kilograms. And over here, you can have 9 objects, each a kilogram, and the scale will balance. Okay. On one side of the scale, you have 1 object, which has 9 kilograms. On the other side, you have 9 objects, which has 1 kilogram either. And the scale balances. So sometimes to bring peace to the dying, you do 9 little small things, which balances out the one big thing in their life, which is dying. And sometimes it might be different. You could have 4 2-kilogram objects and 1 kilogram object, which is 5 objects. But that also 4 2-kilogram objects and 1 kilogram objects. Again, it equals 9 kilograms. And so you do the equivalent of the 9 kilograms, but it's actually 5 objects. In this case, 4 objects are twice as strong in sense of weight than the 1 kilogram object, but that brings about balance. Now let's take this to gender. If you have 9 male patriarchs in a ring, you still need balance. This was originally bought because Antonio Betancourt connects to the number 9, and there were 9 stones in the ring, and then he then gave it to Chris, and now it suddenly showed up in Chris after many years because his wife suddenly saw it and put it on his bookshelf. But I'm using the ring that Antonio gave Chris to talk to your work in hospice care and talk about the caring of people who are suffering imminent or painful sicknesses which bring death. We bring balance by doing things. In the case of women, I'm saying that all of the collective knowledge of all these people, let's see if I can, Confucius, Buddha, Lao Tzu, maybe Hunjanim, Jesus, whoever else. It's another case of a script, got a plain scrap of paper, which ones were there. When Chris was on the plane, coming back, and he was overwhelmed and like, I need support. And, I saw that God assigned each stone to a specific male. And then Chris but you're here, God's giving me you to comfort me, but you're not doing a great job. I, Chris, don't feel comforted. Well, we can now say why, because there wasn't balance, because you don't get comfort from just 9 guys or 9 women. You need balance. And if we look at procreation, nobody really knows how it works, but even though we often have more women or females on Earth than males, by and large, it's really close 50-50, right? I mean, many people who really want to pursue marriage, there are fish in the sea of the opposite gender for them to pursue, no matter how limited they are in actually finding a person for themselves. So I've been tasked throughout history to support peace. We'll start with this infamous circumcision of Abraham and Ishmael. I walked up to him again, Abraham knows us as the 3 obstinate angels. And I said, so that knife brought you peace? No. Well, yes, if you say peace is not having Lucifer on my back. I'm here. I'm Archangel Shamuel. I'm the angel of peace. He's not on my back. That knife brought you peace? Stop being snarky with me You're just a fucking angel. I'm still bleeding in my dick. You know, why are you harassing me? You're just an evil angel like everybody else. Come to make my life hell. I do my best to love and serve God and lay down some decent traditions for us to follow to actually hold to God. Why do you need traditions? Who said you need a tradition? You've got to be a true son. You have to be a true child of God. You're not born with a tradition book on your forehead or tradition knowledge. Who gave you these traditions? Well, this is how, you know, you raised me up after 10 generations after the flood judgment. You know, God is a God of numbers. You know why God's a God of numbers? Because everybody keeps making mistakes all around the place, and that's all God has left is numbers. Maybe if we angels and human beings make a few less mistakes, we won't have to rely on God being a God of numbers. Not from the position of numbers being the way to get over issues. I hear you're trying to sell, you know, working 180 degrees opposite of God to outline who Lucifer is. He's not always 180 degrees opposite of God. I know who he is. Numbers. You know, how many blood vessels, if you want to talk about numbers, did you cut off your body by removing your foreskin? What about your son? Was it equitable? Did you remove the same amount of foreskin? His penis isn't identical to yours. Do you even know what you're doing? What about your baby son? What is the tradition? I don't see peace in this action. I see something that mocks peace, that spits at peace in the face. Anyway, you know, you can say what you say. You're not going to die. You're an angel. You come and you go at will. You watch over us, and Lord knows what else you do. You know, I try to invite you to my table. You don't even take my food. You say that you love me, but, you know, this doesn't feel like love. You know, cut me some slack. I'm just a decent human man trying to listen to God and all the hundreds of thousands of voices in my head. So what's the difference between those 100,000 voices and my one voice? You need balance. Look at the scale, 100,000 voices telling you to circumcise and one voice. Do you see inequity? God has given me freedom to talk to you, to spell it out, but you refuse to read what's in front of you because it hurts. Don't you realize, Abraham, that if you want peace, you have to be just, and cutting your penis is an unjust act. It's not unjust if it separates us from Satan. The point is, my dear brother, you're separating yourself from an experience of Almighty God. Look at my penis, pants down. I have my foreskin. You're going to try to cut it too? I would if I could. Oh, I see. Now you're the boss of what happens to my penis. This just sounds like arrogance. Who taught you to be like this? I'll tell you who taught you to be like this. It's your dad. It's Terra. He taught you to be obstinate. In fact, you're calling me obstinate, but you're the one who's being strong-minded without listening to heart, love, or reason. I can't listen anymore. I've had enough. It's been a long day. My body's got to heal. My penis is bleeding. You know, you don't know what I went through, the pain. That was a very painful experience. I did it out of faith. I did it to trust God. I did it for my children. I did it for my lineage. I did it for anyone who doesn't want to be dominated by Archangel Lucifer. You just can't tell me any of this crap. You don't know what you're talking about. You're not even married. You've never even had sex with a woman. I don't even understand, Archangel Shamuel, what you're talking about. I will leave you because you're overwhelmed. It's a long day. However, your words are not true. They do not ring true. And when you want to know the truth about you and your lineage, one day I will come to you. That's why the email went out today about Jewish identity, because if we're going to walk Jews to know the whole experience of the covenant, then let them have the whole story of how God used angels to try to persuade Abraham from pursuing a course of indemnification by removing parts of the male human anatomy. And let's also ask serious questions about why Abraham did not make sure that Isaac had one wife, but that Isaac would also insist that his children would have only one wife. So if he doesn't want to marry Leah, you just divorce. You just say, this is not what I wanted. I'm not worrying about social customs and traditions. She had a veil over her head. I don't want to be married to you. Do you want to be married to me? No, we're not doing it. If you're in a pickle because you're my sister and you can't go back to your father's house because he's rejected you now and thought he pawned you off as a concubine wife, you can stay here. I'll just get more cattle. Work another 7 years, I'll take care of you. But I'm not marrying you. We're not staying married. I want Rachel. If you want to help me to be a good brother-in-law to you, help me figure out how to marry Rachel. I'm not marrying you. Why didn't Abraham insist that Isaac have only one wife, but also that that tradition of one wife was carried through, at least definitely one wife at a time? Even the unification movement allows for comfort blessings. So I have to say, as an angel, peace was definitely sold 100% throughout history to the male gender. Every time there was a male central figure, we did what we could. Now, what couldn't we do? Well, I anticipate that perhaps today I will have a wife. Chris's brain is going in and out. Has a name been given for her yet?
No.
I'm keen to hear if it is, being that she
Yes.
would be my wife.
Yes, I think so. I think so. You worked that very well into the
Yeah.
narrative.
I may be the angel of peace, but I'm also not stupid.
That's right. Let's stop everything. Do we know her name
I
yet?
know about the birds and the bees.
We're waiting. We're waiting. It's coming.
Okay, I hope so. So anyway, for whatever reason, I got pulled to the experience of Abraham. And what you're hearing is that in our own ways, we as angels opposed some of the logic, some of the thinking, some of the attitudes that Abraham was presenting, that we were asking him if he's going to be a true father of faith. Don't just be a partial father of faith, be a comprehensive father of faith. Meet all the needs of all the kids, not just the boys.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
I'm sorry, it's not just you who's fading, but Chris's body is fading. So yes.
Okay, Shamuel, I just wanted to ask, how would you see inclusiveness relate to your role as a peace, as an angel, archangel of peace?
Well, I think that my wife, if we're going to have a mission together, and there's no guarantee we will, would have a comprehensive knowledge of what peace is in the feminine. But that might produce peace, but it might not produce happiness and peace for me. A woman angel who understands inclusiveness and peace. I'm not only an angel of peace, I'm me. And what other aspects of me would a woman have to add value? I think the problem is I have talked about Abraham and talked about peace, but I really haven't talked about myself. So let me talk about myself. I like reading a good book. I like cozy fires. I like warmth. I like to feel something sweet, tasty, dribbling out of the side of my mouth. I'm a sensory guy, but not in the sense of being oversensitive. Maybe a little gluttonous, maybe a little like Bacchus, the god of wine. I've been known to imbibe a little bit here and there, but I'm not a lush and I'm not drunk. But I used to go in the spirit world with a flask in my hip, and people would say, "Why you have that alcohol? That's taboo." I'm like, says you. Talk about Noah drunk in the tent. It didn't seem taboo there. I understand that peace is also recognizing how the world actually is. There are vineyards, there is wine, there are hops, there is marijuana, there is LSD. The question about maturity and how these things are used or not used and what their purpose is different. But since they exist, we take into account their existence. So let's look at the Christian heritage in me. I was seen as the archangel who brings peace because they needed to believe there was an angel who could fix everything. But I might be Mr. Fix-It, but I can't do a human portion of responsibility. What I could do is explain to people that we're not going to have peace until you know yourself, until you love yourself, until you care for yourself. So I'm drawing at straws here. I'm not really feeling Christopher Kraft is prepared enough to represent me. So I'm being limited. I think I'm only getting about 30% through that I want to get through. My brother angels, which were much more primed. I now get that in my view of peace through the ages, I haven't been inclusive. God is telling me, when you went to bring peace to Israel at this time, where were the women? I didn't see you finding any or even making any effort. You're not inclusive. I would have to stand convicted of that I have just looked at peace so often as preventing violence, and the men were often the perpetrators of violence. So I was very much stuck in that kind of peace, which is the opposite of war. Okay, go for it. Someone in the spirit world seems to think he knows what he can do to help me. Let's shimmer him. It's Tolstoy, the author of War and Peace.
Oh,
Wow.
So if you ladies are struggling to get to know this angel, I'm also struggling to get to know him. I feel very frustrated. We're here to help him, and he hasn't been inclusive, and yet he's been the angel of peace. What went wrong where? I think he really needed Abraham's love, and he needed a reciprocal base with Abraham where he could say all he needed to say to Abraham, but he also was positioned to somehow receive the love of Abraham, because I think there's value in human love. And if it wasn't Abraham, well, maybe it was Sarah. And if it wasn't Sarah, maybe it was Hagar. I want to know which angel walked in the desert to help Hagar and Ishmael. Was it Michael? Do we know? Does the
I
Bible
don't think
say?
that the Bible says which angel it was.
Because I'm sort of wondering, is it this guy? Is it Shamuel? Is it Shamuel who escorts her in the desert? Is he so offended by what happened in Abraham's family? Because let's just be, I'm a writer. Let's look at the Zoom. Why does the situation of Abraham circumcising himself and his kids keep coming up over and over in the Zoom in different ways? I don't think this just happens to somebody. God as an author seems to be weaving this one occurrence over and over and over again. And it's not just about the negative effects of circumcision in life or a marriage or for God. It seems to me that God is pushing an agenda. That's how I'm reading what I'm seeing as an author who looks at things critically that could tell a story. thinking out loud. Any feedback?
Yes, it definitely is pushing an agenda because we've never had any explanation of the origins of the circumcision. So here we have an explanation, not only an explanation, but we have the angelic reactions to it. But all we've known is for a long time, Heavenly Mother's been sharing about how horrible circumcision is, how much pain it brings to her, how much pain it has brought to her, but we never had the origin point until now. And so it's like,
What did you hear? Maybe I missed it. What did you hear is the origin point, or are you still waiting on bated breath to hear the
well, I'd have to verify with my sisters
nail be hit by the hammer?
that Abraham decided that this was the action to take in cutting his foreskin that would separate him from Lucifer.
Yes, I see. The ways of getting Lucifer off his
back.
Yes.
Exactly. So that's huge for us in the Delaware group. For 10 years, we've known the pain of suffering of Heavenly Mother carrying out about circumcision, but never understanding exactly, because it's not explained in the Bible. So, and she didn't explain it. So this is the first time.
Oh, okay. I'm leaving. They're ready to give you the answer. I better get out quick, get out of Dodge. Nice meeting with you,
Bye,
Tolstoy. See
Tolstoy.
you in the school someday. Bye.
Da svidanya. Da svidanya.
Yes, so Samuel. He cut his penis because Abraham liked to masturbate. And when he would masturbate, Lucifer had a foreskin and he would join in and the elements would exchange. And he thought if he cut his penis when he masturbated, it would be less interested. Because, in other words, why would Archangel Lucifer, who has a foreskin and enjoys masturbation, why would he want to masturbate with Abraham when Abraham no longer has a foreskin? Therefore, creating time and space for Abraham to think about other things because he's not being hounded by Lucifer. So he decides, I'm going to solve this. I'm tired of this guy coming around when I jack off. Or in a woman, or having intimacy. I'm just going to get rid of the skin. I can still have a lineage, and I'm going to make this a covenant with God that I'll be with you, not with this guy. And God says, no, no, no. And Abraham says, look, you asked me to be the leader, the foundation of faith, the father of faith. That's how I'm going to do it. You got to talk about co-creation. You got to let me make some of the decisions. Okay, so it's out.
Are you serious? We three women representing the Delaware group are the first ones to finally get the real skinny on what happened.
The real
That's crazy.
Get it? The real skinny. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't.
That doesn't make any sense at all. That's like so dumb. What a man. What a guy.
That's unbelievable.
So, okay, you're all women, so I'll just spell it out for you. You all are aware as women that if a son of yours, a husband of yours, a brother, a father masturbates, they're having an experience, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And you're aware that there'll be some experiences which are probably occurring in or with the process, which are not just confined to the physical world, right? There might be some spiritual something, call it elements, energy, something that's coming and is somehow linked or involved with an invisible spiritual world.
Right.
We're also knowledgeable of divine principle, where we would say, well, ideally, a gentleman who's being sexually stimulated by self or anybody else would be having some common experience with God. So he could say to his wife, yeah, I felt a need to masturbate in the shower. God told me God needed this. He outlines for his wife. She accepts it. She doesn't accept it. But anyway, they work on what is appropriate or isn't appropriate for him or their marriage. But anyway, he's not being dishonest to his wife. He's talking about an experience with God. Okay. And then she, as a wife, can go and say, really, are you doing this? Well, and God might say something weird, like, his hormones were sinking. You're coming up to ovulating in a couple of days. I really want him primed. some of the spermatozoa in his body I wanted out. I don't really think that's really going to create the child you want. We would expect that something really rational and logical would be told to that woman who is the wife by God, which might justify that, oh, maybe my husband is in a relationship with God, and maybe God did tell him to ejaculate, to masturbate. And maybe there was a purpose there, other than just fantasizing and being lazy and not working out the emotional relationships in a marriage. So with Abraham, what I'm saying is he hadn't worked out, Archangel Shamuel speaking, the emotional relationships he needed with his sister wife. Remember, he's married to his half-sister.
Yes, yes.
He hadn't worked out the emotional relationships with the woman who he lusted after, Hagar. So where he would work out, trying to grapple with who he is as a human being, his identity, his emotions, is when he was fully with self and masturbating. And what occurred is in that act, or those acts of masturbating, he found that Archangel Lucifer was very interested with him because Lucifer wanted to stop everything that Abraham was doing. Lucifer did not want Abraham to be successful, especially not successful in life for God. Because if Lucifer found out that Abraham was successful in life with God, Lucifer would be confronted. Well, I wasn't, and I don't want to deal with that. So Lucifer attacking Abraham was a way for Lucifer to avoid dealing with himself. Like what you see in the physical world where people attack another person because they just don't want to deal with something in their own life. So they go on the attack. Right?
Right.
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 So that's Lucifer's motivation. But how did Abraham receive it? So one place is that quite naturally, as an immature, even though he's 101 male who's been through difficulty, participated in acts of violence, saved Lot, this is a being, Abraham, who still doesn't have emotional unity with his wife. Still has questions about whether he should have married her in the first place because it is his sister, half-sister. So he's constantly relating to an invisible spirit world, which by this time is very masculine-centric. And that spirit world is telling him the value of sex and the use of the penis, and it's fine to masturbate and it's fine to have sexual experiences with God. And lo and behold, he tries, to employ finding his first blessing and understanding his own sensuality and sexuality. But to his chagrin, Archangel Lucifer shows up and says, well, if you're going to masturbate holding that penis, I'm going to show you that I've learned how to keep links with guys who are masturbating because I have commonality and I'm a spirit being and I can connect. And God isn't going to stop that because I have rights as an angel to understand things. And of course, Abraham rejects and says, I don't need you to be around when I'm trying to find God. They have discussions about this when Abraham's 20, when he's 22, when he's 24, when he's 28, when he's 68, when he's 71, when he's 83, when he's 89, when he's 99. And finally, after a lifetime of discussions, Abraham has had enough. He wants to be able to masturbate and not have any engagement with Lucifer. He wants to be able to die having had an experience of only God and no intervention by Lucifer. So he determines to remove his foreskin. What did it achieve? Well, it did allow him to have some more time with God because Lucifer was not there as often. It did allow him to see some things clearer because without someone attacking you, anybody who's not being attacked can see things more clearly. The problem was that Lucifer was an angel, and angels like me, Archangel Shamuel, were tainted and seen as untrustworthy by right of association.
Right.
You're an angel. What do you know? I don't believe I want to trust you. And I, for my part, as an angel of peace, had not matured enough to know how to reach Abraham. I'm not going to say that all the fault was on Abraham. I should have done a better job. I should have been more inclusive. I should have included women. It wasn't only a male issue going on. It impacted all women. I should have included Mother God. I should have included Father God. I should have asked God in his 20s, what would be the result of Abraham continually rejecting me, Archangel Shamuel? I don't think I envisaged that could happen. Let's just talk, ladies, about families which have suffered somebody from age 14 to 34 suiciding. These days, people say suiciding or suicided, not committed suicide. Okay, so every member in that family wants to know what they could have done differently every step along the way so that their loved one, their relative, would not die by their own hand. Okay? Everybody wants to psychoanalyze, analyze, and interrogate themselves to death to find out what they did to contribute to this destruction of the person that they love. You didn't get a heads up. Sometimes people have no indication about a suicide, no heads up, no indicators at all. So you could judge me, and I'm not saying you're the sort of women who want to judge me, but I'm saying I would have to accept it if you did feel judgment was appropriate and say, I'm sorry, Archangel Shamuel, but you could have seen the writing on the wall that it could have ultimately got to the point of Abraham removing his foreskin or seeing that someone did it. I don't know. I'm an immature angel at the time doing my best in a situation where men are dominating women in so many ways. You know, what do they say about hindsight? It's great to have hindsight, but I needed the vision in my life. You know, everybody beats themselves up when a tragedy occurs. So you're in a bar with your best friend and she's drinking and she's only had 2 drinks and you're equating that she's good to drive, but for her body weight, it's not okay. And she hits something and loses consciousness for 6 weeks. If lucky, she'll wake up. But you still judge yourself and say, I should have told her not to drive. Why didn't I see it? Why didn't I think more about alcohol consumption? I'm such an idiot. Why didn't God tell me? Hindsight is.
I want to interject something here because you just said something and you said, I need to have the vision in my life. And that's what I think is the key for the inclusivity of your wife, is that she plays that role of bringing the vision in your life of that kind of inclusivity, to be able to have you as an archangelic couple, bringing that needed vision into your life. It's like, as soon as you said that, I just could imagine her all of a sudden. That's what Heavenly Mother also told us. She said, before he comes, you have to think about inclusivity for his wife.
Right.
So that's all we heard. And then you came.
You have a name for my wife now. Again, God giving it while you're talking. Marianne. Archangel
Mary Ann.
One word or 2 words, Mary Ann?
One word, Marianne.
Mari.
Anne. Excuse me.
Oh, there's an E at the end. Okay.
Mary Ann. Woo!
So I think we'll just fight through this, okay? But if you look at Chris for a minute, he's tired. It's
Yes.
4 hours just into his looking for him, but I think we will try to go through it. So my wife is Marianne. And inclusivity. What did you just say, Kathleen? What quality of my wife?
It's what you said that I wrote it.
Yes.
You said, I need the vision in my life of this inclusivity. And that's where I could see her
Just
just,
technically, I didn't say it. God was channeling through me while I was channeling through Chris, but
oh, well, that's
Oh my
fancy.
gosh. Oh my gosh.
it's never mind. Those things are neither here nor there how God works. It's just a process reality.
Marianne's a
Um,
beautiful name.
So I am being told that my wife will have to be. So first of all, I don't understand it. I'm seeing it, so I'll just describe what I'm seeing. I'm seeing Mother
Yeah.
Teresa. I'm seeing one of the female younger nuns and serving community members on the streets of Kolkata or wherever. And in that, God is saying, I will need to have a wife who serves. So Heavenly Parent here, he needs a wife who serves because he's burnt out from serving humanity. If his wife is able to engage and get result where, you know, people no longer drink, or they're no longer addicted, or they're no longer destitute, then there's success in service. I would point out the fact that we've got to here is success. You know, we're blessing archangels, creating archangels. We're fulfilling something that I, as creator, wanted to fulfill before I even created Eve or Adam, which is establish a way for co-creation for women and men. Okay. Giving him a wife with vision, giving him a wife that serves, is a way to bring the mothers of Teresa's into the angelic world. Not virgin Mother Teresa's, or not eternal virgins anyway. This is a man who, I'm talking about Archangel Shamuel as a man who pursued peace, didn't understand adequately how to do it with God, did a lot of things for God. And you cannot, as an angel, support human women or God or men to establish peace on planet Earth if you're always trying to do things for them. So having a wife who serves is a way for him to re-believe in himself and that he and his couple can do things with God, Mother God and Father God, and reapproach Hagar, Sarah, and Abraham with an apology. He's acknowledged that he might have had some responsibility there. You know, that of all the voices that were being sent to Abraham, his voice was one which was supposed to promote peace. Okay. In the end, it not only did not promote peace, his approach, it had Abraham send him away. Like, I've had enough. Go away. And his inability to stay the course and say, you know, let me just walk with you to your room. What do you need now? Why are you so burnt out? It's just a reflection of Archangel Shamuel's immaturity at the time. What kind of woman, tell me, each one of you, a quality, up to 3 qualities, but hopefully 1. What's the main quality in a human woman which tells you she's mature? Barbara.
Man. The word is perseverance, but I don't mean it so masculine like that. I mean maybe never ending.
Keep going on no matter what?
Never ending.
What's never ending?
A never ending, like a never ending wanting to, well, for me it's serve or to give more. Like for I could see for Marianne, it would be her a maturity in that she would always be having more to give to you, to Shamuel.
Okay, what about you, Kathleen?
Intuitive. The intuitive nature within her to be able to have that kind of, to be able to be, in a sense, emotionally ahead of the game, to intuit what is needed so that she could be serving in that sense, and also being able to help assuage, the self-accusation that's in her husband.
I would say before we go to Laura, what we're looking for is a woman who really understands forgiveness, and she's going to be able to help her husband forgive himself.
Yes.
Similar to Farah and Lucifer.
Yeah.
Laura, anything to add?
The first thing that came to my mind was non-judgmental.
Oh,
Yes.
right. Beautiful. Yeah, that's a huge, beautiful characteristic
So
of.
let's go in our minds to not Northern, but the Republic, Ireland. And let's imagine a Catholic middle-aged woman who has stamina and strength and can deal with all the elements of the Irish weather. She's got the courage, the strength, and the stamina if her husband walks in drunk to manage the situation, especially if he's unstable on his feet. So
That's Jeannie.
Exactly, that's what I had in my mind.
We're missing her.
that kind of woman should be his wife because he is unstable after trying to prevent tragedies.
Yeah.
So we don't have to look at every archangel like, what do they have to offer humanity? What are their strengths and how did God originally create them? Sometimes we can start with how they are now. So how he is now is a bit of a mess. That doesn't mean he's not qualified to be married. It doesn't mean he's not qualified to be a great husband. It doesn't mean he's not qualified to receive an eternal wife's love. If he has somebody stoic, strong, and dependable, that should be enough for him. As long as she loves him. Okay, now we're not talking about the type of love where he gets away with everything he wants or where he doesn't see what she has to offer and he just doesn't have a space to see how she can come up with something inventive or intuitive or ingenious or relate to God. He needs to be able to be ready before he's wed to know that God is part of his wife-to-be's life. If he knows that a wife-to-be for him, that God is part of his life, he's going to be able to accept her. Because all he ever wanted was for Abraham and all these other people is to accept God into their life completely, not partially. We have an angel now created, Archangel Marianne. Her first words is, I can do it.
I can do it.
Welcome, Marianne.
Welcome, Marianne, to the family.
Oh, welcome. That's so wonderful.
She's primed to help her husband so much. She's like, who's that talking to me? Who are these human people? Where are these people coming out of the cracks from? They're very, very fresh, sort of looking at you like a goldfish out of the bowl, like, what?
Just fellow goldfish here.
Jesus here. In the old language of men, you fulfilled your mission. What would you call what you did today? You now got 3 female archangels created. Call them out in order of creation.
Aretha,
Uh,
um,
and
Elizabeth,
Elizabeth,
and Marianne.
with
Marianne.
an S, Elizabeth with an S, and Marianne with an I and an E.
What have you done? If you haven't fulfilled your mission, what have you done, lady? Isn't it wrapped up in one word? Co-created?
Okay.
Yeah.
Co-created. Yes.
We made something real from unreal.
Only you. Only you can tell other human women and men what it was like for you, what it meant for you, what the experience was. I apologize. Like Abraham, I was trying to keep Lucifer off my back. Remember, he takes me to the pinnacle of the temple and offers me everything.
Oh,
But I'm
Jesus.
apologizing to you because I didn't think enough about women when I was fasting. It's very clear that God was not happy with me and how I presented my offering of 40-day fast. I can see now that fasting, while I thought fasting 40 days would have been enough, it obviously wasn't, which, because I wasn't including women enough, lays the base for Archangel Lucifer to take me to the top of the temple. I've always wondered, what was the base that was wrong in me that allowed Archangel Lucifer to take me to the top of the temple. Because I didn't want to go to the temple with him. I mean, how is he getting me there in the first place? It's not voluntarily. So what happened was I was not sensitive enough to the will of God in the female, capital F. And I'm wondering about my friendship with Hunjanim. I'm wondering if we've been sensitive enough to his wife on earth. I'm wondering if Mother will be able to open some new doorways as a result of some of these experiences. I have a lot of questions. And the last person who's going to speak to you today is Eve. And we'll wrap it up.
Oh, hello, Eve.
Hi,
We
Eve.
thought about you.
I apologize that we could not position you enough to understand more about the personality of our new sister Archangel Marianne. Think of yourself as somebody who's been glued in a hospital in the labor room, and at the last minute somebody asks you to go out and buy the smokes or get a candy bar or get a coffee from the cafe, and just when you're out, everything happens.
Yeah.
And you're like, why? I gave all that time. Never mind why. Things happen. You don't realize that you have assisted me to fulfill my purpose of creation. Did you realize that?
Yes, because we were told that earlier, to be empathetic with you, because this is what you were going to be doing in the origin time of creation. So we were thinking about you through this whole process. Heavenly Mother made that an important point, specifically to Laura.
I think part of the issue is that the accusation towards me throughout history has so shrouded who I actually might be as a human being, what my personality is, why I do what I do, what I think. And what I'm going to be doing is lobbying God to be able, like all these angels who got a chance to present their personality. Well, why not me?
That's right.
Not the first mother, if I'm so powerful. We won't do that today because, of course, of time, and we won't do that today because everyone's exhausted, including us in the spirit world. Because it might be that many hours on Earth, but it's even longer in the invisible world. There's so many things that go on in the background. I'm going to go because I think that God and Chris need to talk. So Heavenly Parent, Chris here. I'm sorry, ladies, I need to pray. Unclear what's up, what's down, where I am, how much has happened, understanding, reviewing, trying to connect, trying to find myself, trying to deal with some of the emotional things hanging on as a result of all these angels, trying to understand more about Shamuel. You don't need to know about Shamuel more now. We'll pick up in the future on Archangel Harold. We will have to talk to the Brooks about the name dropping of lower level angels and creation of male angels for up and rising female stars. There will be many questions as a result of today's Zoom, including a lot of people who would want to doubt it, thinking it's impossible to co-create. However, whether or not people actually believe angels were created today, the concept is in the divine principle of co-creation. And if not today, then when and with what person, what man, what woman? Certainly anyone in the Delaware group would have to ask, come on, really? If God's going to co-create, does it have to be with a man? I think by now we women can handle it. This is 10 years of training, 10 years of experience. I won't go over with you, Chris, how everything has developed and how things have come about. And I'm not going to address the many men in the spirit world who feel excluded because it was primarily with an audience of women. We are going to grapple with that issue when we include Mr. Brooks in the future, where we not just only have Laura, but a husband as well, potentially working in co-creation. I'm sure that's probably not anything Rob ever thought he would do. Nonetheless, that's as much of a summation as you're going to get from me. I'll let you finish with, you can choose James or Paul. I'll go with Paul. James is my uncle. Paul is St. Paul. So I am back, St. Paul. And the reason I'm back is my role is to close off with you, close off with the audience listening to this tape, and close off with Chris as an existent person also experiencing this and trying to grapple with things. Would we be able to use some of this to teach some of the divine principle differently about the mission of Paul or the work in the New Testament? For example, when Jesus says, before the cock crows 3 times, Peter, you will deny me. Would we be able to say that out of frustration this occurred, or in the absence of suitable feminine input, Jesus, being known as a man of temper, brought this into a fait accompli, where because he says it, the spirit world works to bring it about, and God is so disillusioned with the male spirit world that God doesn't intervene. Why would God be disillusioned with the male spirit world in Jesus's life when talking about the cock crowing? Well, but because at that time they're really pushing the crucifixion agenda. And what was said about the crucifixion today? If you bypass women, that's what you get.
Yeah.
So I would argue for the men who haven't felt included today, we have been bypassing men. I'm guilty. Bypassing women. I am guilty of that. So what we want to see, hopefully, as gentlemen, as brothers to women, is that the women are able to take this and digest it. I don't know. I don't have any evidence that all the women in the Delaware group will easily be able to digest this. Remember that you ladies who stuck it out in the Zoom here, you were addressed, and some of your personal thoughts and thinking God addressed. God, like at one point, Laura, you said it, I was about to say that.
Yeah.
The other women in the Delaware group, they haven't been afforded to be present. Now, I have my thinking, suspicions that maybe that if there were too many people on the Zoom, it would have been impossible for Chris to channel. It would just have been pandemonium, too much input. Let's remember some of the recent messaging from God to the Delaware group. God said, I don't want you to think that creation of angels happens because there's option A, B, C, or D. There are many ways to create angels. So we won't look at this as the way to create angels. It's a way. It's what happened. It was one way, or I don't even know if I want to use one to describe it. How would you describe, in light of what I'm saying, Laura, how would you describe this? Would you say one way or a way, or how would you say?
I would say a way.
Okay.
I
Barbara?
wouldn't say.
Thank you. Barbara?
Yeah, it was like kind of like one Well, actually, it wasn't only one way. It was a few different ways, like different little pathways to the
I
same
like
end.
that. Pathways. I love it. Pathways to creating angels. Imagine if you had to teach your children, leave it behind for a lineage now. And when the day may come when God is liaising with you to establish pathways to create angels. There's not a lot of resourcing in this, but here's
No,
a
but
few
what a great,
that may or may
great,
not help. But we'll try to support you best we can. Thanks. I don't know if I can do it. Finally, the pathway back to God in history is a troublesome pathway, isn't it? Am I right?
yes.
You're on mute, Kathleen. Kathleen, if you're speaking, you're on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, painfully long for Heavenly Mother in particular.
Well, for all of us. I mean, I don't disagree about Heavenly Mother, but we've all experienced the pain of poor relationships.
You experienced a particular pain that Myung-Eun Kim's pointed out to us when you had all of your letters to your spiritual children made into canon law in the Bible. That's what she told us.
Well, there's truth in that, but I don't want to focus on that right now, if
Yes.
that's okay.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to bring that in.
Okay. What's our pathway going forward, ladies? You've just worked with God or availed yourself to be with God to create angels. And for whatever reason, many times when you were speaking, Kathleen, God just did the zapparoo, created the angel.
We quote St. Paul on that one. She just did the zapparoo. That's what he said.
That's gonna be you from now on, Kathleen, whenever we're together. Kathleen Zapparoo.
Yeah, how about a zapparoo here?
My point is, what's the pathway going forward? Are we all unqualified to even know? Do we even care? Is our pathway just living with God? Serving God, loving God. What is the pathway?
Be
Take a
humble,
stab at it.
admit you
You're an
don't know,
academic,
and show up.
Kathleen. What?
What's that? I said, be humble, admit you don't know, and show up. That's basically what I did. It's like I felt like we're pioneering something together as
Not
sisters.
true. You did more than that. I've been watching you and David. You're highly inquisitive. You set stage in your house to host. You were prayerful. You worked on relationships in the Delaware group. You didn't always take a negative response as something that would prevent you. You sought ways to care for your children. You embraced God pretty much every turn of the corner that you could, and then you basically judge yourself for not being good enough, which is what we all do. I think sometimes none of us are good enough, but you have a particular propensity for self-attack, and you have a program in place to deal with self-attack. But I want us as women and men to find our strengths and to advertise to the world what our strengths are. And if we have any weakness which prevents us from doing that strength, to let that be known in the most diplomatic way possible. My strength is to be a good listener to God, to fight to God, to turn around 180 degrees. But my weakness is I'm eager, so eager that I often don't hear or pause in the moment. I lose sight of what is good in others because I'm so wrapped up in what God is trying to do in my life. I know that about myself. I'm constantly beating myself up about it, constantly demanding that I do better. What I'm looking for out of this for my pathway forward is, now I've got sisters, not only on earth in the spirit world, such as Kim, but also I've got archangel sisters. And I'm looking for a voice of God from those sisters to me, which will help me to finally see myself for who I am, not because I can't on my own, but because to really see myself, I believe I need Mother God's viewpoint and Father God's viewpoint. And without a woman, I'm only going to get a certain amount of Mother God's viewpoint, whether that be a human woman on earth or in the spirit world or an angel. I'm interested because of experiences, angels literally getting me out of jail and unlocking a door. I'm interested to know, are these female angels going to manifest in some way at some point in history where they actually can be seen in the physical world or seen spiritually? I don't know. Certainly I've seen it with male angels. But that's just because that was done in my life. I don't know that if that's even a point of importance for women or for men or for God. But I am interested simply because of who I am being Paul. I'll tell you what we do want in the spirit world. All of you have come into the unification movement from some reality connected with Judeo-Christianity. And it's constantly bounced off of because of who you are, because of who we are, and because of history. I'm really hoping we can break free a little bit of Judeo-Christianity to just get to something much more real and tangible with the principle of creation. I am a bit worried. I mean, I was horrified that that angel was saying that, basically, he was going to Mother God and she was not in good state, and he was taking care of her. And I really never thought of Mother God as being able to be that weak, but the logic is there that if you're so vulnerable, you have to admit weakness and you have to let people see that. And I'm a person who's always tried to be very strong, and I just don't know how that fits him. So for me, I want to just break free of my life, break free of the Judeo-Christian concept, and just say, okay, I'm going to accept that at face value. God was presenting as weak to this angel, and female God weak. How does that matter for me? How does it impact me? Now, remember why I was called instead of Chris's uncle. It was to help transition. We're trying to let people who see the tape, sort of settle in themselves, distance a little bit from everything that happened, which was dynamic, involved, and very different. I don't know if I've done a great job, but anyway, I came forward. I'm going to now present Chris back to you.
Thank you.
How long, please? I'm sorry if I'm very abrupt. I'm tired.
Yeah, I bet you're tired. 4 hours and
5 hours.
Yeah, almost 5 hours, 11 minutes before 5 hours.
5 hours.
I think the wisest thing is for me to log off, and whoever else, and if 2 or more women want to stay, you can debrief each other and continue recording if you want it recorded, only because it's so fresh. That's your chance for God and spirit world to talk to each other, not orchestrated through me as a medium, but you get to just be yourselves. Now, if you already know what you feel and you think and you're good, you just say to your sister, well, hey, we can talk about this tomorrow. I know what I want to say. But that's what I would recommend based on what's happened. Anything any of you want to say to me?
Yeah,
Thank
go
you.
get some rest. But thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Yes, we can talk again. I took 20 pages of notes, so we don't have to listen to the 5
20
hours.
pages? Oh my goodness.
20. No, 20. 20. We can
Wow.
go through it together as
I've
sisters.
got no more gas in the tank. I'm going.
Okay. Good
Bye.
night, Chris.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Barbara,
you.
you too. Thanks, Chris. Barb, you too. Got to go to
Thanks.
bed. I'm going to go have dinner. How about
Yeah,
you, Laura?
I'm gonna sign off,
I'm
you
gonna
guys.
have dinner too.
I love
Okay.
you.
Bon appetit. We'll touch base. Thank
Bye.
you.
All right.
You're the
Good
best.
night. Bye-bye.
You're the best.
Bye-bye.
Bye, honey. I love ya.
Love you. Bye.